Chapter 263. Oh. Why? It's a heaven-level cultivation technique. The most powerful technique in the Daih sect is only of the earth level. A heaven-level cultivation technique can even become the treasure of a middle-level sect. Many people have risked their lives to search for it. The three swordsmen said. Heaven-level cultivation technique? Then why are there still so many people in Liangjing? Because the Holy Sun of the Dazhao Holy Ground is here. Many cultivators responded to the Holy Sun summons. As long as you help the Holy Sun find the heaven-level cultivation technique, the Holy Sun will give you 10 earth-level cultivation techniques. Think about it. How can a heaven-level cultivation technique be so easy to get? However, as long as you follow the Holy Sun and find some information, you can get the earth-level cultivation technique. Who wouldn't want it? The three swordsmen said. All the cultivators in the city follow the orders of the Holy Sun. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. The Holy Sun is amazing. The Guyu Holy Sun of the Dazhao Holy Ground is rumored to have become an emptiness realm expert 100 years ago. He has many powerful subordinates and countless talents. The three swordsmen explained. Oh right, the Guyu Holy Sun is now living in the Immortal Palace. Zhu Jiansheng said. While they were talking, the waiter of the hotel walked over. Sorry to disturb you. May I know which one of you is Yan Chuan? The waiter asked respectfully. What's the matter? Yan Chuan asked in confusion. Someone claims to be your friend and wants to see you. The waiter said respectfully. Oh. Who is it? Yan Chuan was slightly confused. Prince Yan, long time no see. A bright voice sounded. Wen Ruo, dressed in white, walked out from behind the waiter with a feather fan in her hand. Mr. Monroe. Zhu Jiansheng and the others were surprised. Wen Ruo nodded at the crowd. Then, she turned to look at Yan Chuan. Oh, it's Mr. Monroe. Excuse me for not going out to meet you. Please come in. Yan Chuan stood up and greeted him. Wen Ruo nodded and walked over. Everyone, I would like to speak to Yan Chuan alone. Is it possible? Wen Ruo looked at Zhu Jiansheng and the others and said. No problem, I'll sit at the table next to you. Everyone said politely. At the same time, they all looked at Wen Ruo in surprise. They didn't expect him to come here. Yan Chuan frowned slightly, but didn't say anything. Have a seat. Yan Chuan said. Wen Ruo nodded and sat down. Lu Jin poured tea for them. It seems that Mr. Monroe didn't come here to catch up with me. Yan Chuan said with a smile as he sipped his tea. We're here to catch up, and we also have something to discuss. Wen Ruo said naturally. It's good to catch up. Mr. Monroe is still as handsome as ever. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly and said, Prince Yan, you're too kind. Last time, you were with the saint. This time, you're with the Holy Sun. Mr. Monroe seems to be very popular in the Dazhao Holy Ground. Yan Chuan said with a smile. You're busy. Prince Yan, don't you want to know about the saint? Mr. Monroe said with a smile. Mou she. How is she now? Yan Chuan asked with a serious face. It's a perfect battle. She has handed the Million Wonders demonic lotus to Mohina Dojin. Moreover, her cultivation is about to break through. When we came out, she was in seclusion. Qin Long and the others were guarding her. Mr. Monroe said. Breakthrough. Her cultivation is indeed fast. Yan Chuan nodded his head. Hee, it seems that I've underestimated you. Mr. Monroe said with a strange smile. Oh. Meng Rongrong is my sister. You made her very angry last time. Mr. Monroe said with a smile. Chapter 264. Your sister. So, you're the eldest son of the Jiulu Academy? Yen Chuan was slightly surprised. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly and shook his head. It's all in the past. Let's not talk about it. Okay. Yen Chuan nodded and stopped talking about it. I've seen your wisdom and knowledge in the feng shui formation. I'd like to ask for your help this time. Mr. Monroe said after some thought. Help? Guyu Holy Sun has brought a group of powerhouses from the Dazhao Holy Ground and even recruited a large number of powerhouses from the surrounding sections. He's going to enter the Devilish Wind Mountains with a promise of great benefits. I'd like to invite you along. Mr. Monroe said directly. Promise of great benefits? Yen Chuan asked curiously. You should have heard that Guyu Holy Sun promised 10 Earth-level techniques for a Heaven-level technique. Mr. Monroe said. Yen Chuan took a sip of tea and smiled. Heaven-level techniques? Is that so? Why? You don't believe me? Mr. Monroe smiled. How do you expect me to believe you? Thousands of monsters are fleeing. Is this the sign of a heaven-level technique? This is the territory of the demonic beasts. Those demonic beasts are fleeing in all directions in fear. What do you think it is? Yen Chuan laughed. Mr. Monroe's face stiffened, then he smiled bitterly. I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Something big must have happened in the Devilish Wind Mountains. I'm sure of it. It's extremely dangerous, so dangerous that some monsters don't dare to stay there. Tell me, why would I, an essence state cultivator, go to such a dangerous place with you? If there are benefits, I won't get them. If there's a disaster, I'll be the first to suffer. Am I right? Yen Chuan smiled. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly and nodded. I was too rash. I should be the one thanking you. At the very least, you didn't let Guyu Holy Sun recruit me. Yen Chuan said with a smile. Mr. Monroe sighed and shook his head. Actually, even now, I don't know what's inside. Oh. Guyu Holy Sun still doesn't trust me. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. Yen Chuan looked at Mr. Monroe in surprise. Ha! Mr. Monroe laughed casually. He picked up his teacup and continued to drink his tea. Yen Chuan also picked up his teacup and drank his tea as he looked at the vast Liangjing. Yen Chuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. Two figures suddenly appeared on the roof of the largest palace in the Liangjing Imperial Palace. Of the two figures, one wore a green robe, had a prominent forehead bone, and stood with his hands behind his back. His face was pale green, and he was handsome and arrogant. Although he did not release any aura, his entire person gave people a feeling that he was one with heaven and earth. He stood proudly in the wind, and his eyes were full of loftiness. Yen Chuan had seen many people. Although he only saw his appearance, he could tell at a glance that this person was not an ordinary person. Since he woke up in this life, this person had the most powerful aura. Beside him was a yellow-haired man. The man sat cross-legged with a guqin on his knees. Yao Tiansheng. Mr. Monroe's expression changed. Yao Tiansheng. Who is he? Yen Chuan asked immediately. He's not a human. He's a demon. In the past, he wiped out a middle-level sect by himself. He's a powerful demon from the northern demon tribe. He fought with Guyu Holy Sun a few times. Although they were evenly matched, Yao Tiansheng's aura was getting stronger and stronger. Guyu Holy Sun was gradually unable to suppress him. Now he's here again. Something's going to happen. I'm going back. We'll meet again if fate wills it. Mr. Monroe's expression changed. He flew out of the flat mountain inn. Yao Tiansheng. Yen Chuan looked curiously at the arrogant green-robed demon. Chapter 265. I will climb to the top and look down on all the other mountains. Yao Tiansheng stood on top of the Forbidden City as he stared coldly in the direction of the Immortal Palace in the south. King Spider. Yao Tiansheng smiled faintly. The yellow-haired man sitting cross-legged at the side immediately nodded and said, "Yes, my lord." As he spoke, he gently placed his hands on the guqin, as if he was about to play it. Flat Mountain Inn. After Mr. Monroe left, Zhu Jiansheng and the others surrounded them again. 8 fingers. Zhu Jiansheng looked in surprise at the yellow-haired man playing the zither in the distance. "He's a spider demon," Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. "Spider demon? Great demon? A virtual realm great demon?" Zhu Jiansheng's expression immediately changed. "The emptiness realm." That's right, it was the emptiness realm. However, Yan Chuan valued Yao Tiansheng more. Judging from the spider demon's attitude, it seemed like it was completely subservient to Yao Tiansheng. Wang Zhu stroked his guqin. He waved his hands outwards. The rapid sound of the zither immediately rang out. Clink clink clink. The sound of needles piercing suddenly resounded throughout the entire Liangjing. "Ah! My ears! Ah, I can't hear you." Countless commoners suddenly rolled on the ground in pain. Suddenly, the roof of the Immortal Palace exploded. Hong! A large number of practitioners flew into the sky from all directions of the Celestial Palace. They all looked at the top of the Forbidden City in surprise. Who would have thought that someone would dare to provoke the Holy Sun? This is a sound technique. Zhu Jiansheng exclaimed in surprise. In the direction of the Celestial Palace, about 200 cultivators flew into the sky. They all pulled out their long swords, and their faces were gloomy. And at the top of the most majestic palace of the Immortal Palace, 10 people slowly walked up. 7 of them were sitting cross-legged with a guqin placed on their knees. There were 3 people in the center. The leader was dressed in a golden robe and wore a crane-shaped golden crown on his head. His eyes were cold as if he was looking down on the world. The man's aura was equally powerful. The 2 people behind him were dressed in purple, as if they were his subordinates. "Yao Tiansheng. You still dare to come?" The man with the golden crown said in a deep voice. At the top of the Forbidden City, Yao Tiansheng's face flashed with arrogance as he said, "Why wouldn't I dare to come? Guyu, I'm here to give you merit this time." "Merit?" Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. "Of course. Spider King, let's begin." Yao Tiansheng said solemnly. "Yes." King Spider nodded with an evil smile. Cling, 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 cling. His hands quickly strummed the guqin. Suddenly, a large amount of guqin music radiated in all directions. The sounds of the guqin were like overlapping white waves. They were faintly discernible in the void as they swept toward the Immortal Palace. Rumble. Layers of huge waves washed across the sky. Wherever the huge waves passed, Liangjing was hit by an unprecedented storm. Under the sound of the zither, countless buildings collapsed rapidly. "Ah! My head hurts. My head hurts." Under the sound of the zither, it was as if they could not take it anymore. All of the commoners were rolling on the ground. 7 guqin attendants. Guyu Holy Sun said in a deep voice. "Yes." The 7 guqin masters sitting at the side quickly strummed their guqin. Cling, cling, cling. Cling, cling, cling. The 7 of them played their guqin at the same time. In an instant, the sound of the 7 guqin masters formed tangible sound waves that crashed towards King Spider's guqin waves. Hong. Chapter 266. When the 2 guqin waves collided, there was a loud crash. Where the guqin waves intersected, a huge tornado was formed. The powerful impact swept across the entire Liang capital and spread in all directions. Boom! All the houses in Yan capital collapsed. Even the flat mountain restaurant that Yan Chuan was in was shaking and many of the screens inside fell down. Many customers ran out of the restaurant in fear. 7 Guqin servants, that's all you got. Huh, let me teach you what a real Guqin is. Wang Zhu said with an evil smile. Dong, 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 dong. As soon as the sound changed, Wang Zhu's Guqin waves increased by more than 10 times. Wave after wave rushed out and suppressed the music of the 7 Guqin servants. At the same time, rays of light appeared in Wang Zhu's Guqin waves. Hum. 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 Among the zither waves, long sabers that were abnormally bright suddenly appeared. There were about 1,000,000 sabers in total. The sabers immediately pointed towards the divine palace. Go, the waves are surging. Ha ha ha. Wang Zhu laughed. Boom. The millions of long sabers formed by the Guqin waves suddenly turned into a huge storm of sabers and swept towards the opposite side. Wherever the storm of sabers passed, the sound was ear-piercing again. Hum. Countless people lost their sight. Ordinary people covered their heads and rolled on the ground. Even the cultivators who flew into the sky at the beginning vomited blood and fell to the ground. Ding ding. The sound of Guqin spread in all directions and covered the entire Liang capital. Ah! The painful cries of the embroidered uniform army came from the backyard where Yan Chuan was. The 3,000 embroidered uniform army also felt their ears explode. Ah! My ears are so piercing. The 3 swordsmen also exclaimed. I can't cover it. I can still hear it if I cover my ears. Zhijiansheng said with a pale face. Wang. Lu Jin covered her ears in pain. It's useless. The sound of Guqin doesn't need to go through the ears. It can enter the brain. Yan Chuan said. King, the old slave is dying. Lu Jin fell to the ground in pain. Akala seal, heart seal. Yan Chuan shouted. Yes. Lu Jin painfully quickly formed the Akala seal. While forming the seal, Lu Jin chanted an incantation. Her whole body trembled, and bean-sized beads of sweat fell from her face. However, after forming the Akala seal, Lu Jin immediately felt better. At least, she wasn't in as much pain as before. Why, Your Majesty? Huo Guang led 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army to the front of the flat mountain inn. Akala seal, heart seal. Yan Chuan ordered. Yes. Huo Guang and the 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army quickly formed hand seals. Akala suppressed the demonic sound from entering their ears. Ah! Help! My ears! In Liangjing, not only the common people, but countless cultivators were also covering their ears in pain. Millions of Guqin blades swept across Yanjing and rushed towards the heavenly palace. The 7 Guqin attendants were all shocked. They played the Guqin even faster. Virum. Under the Guqin music, the 7 of them formed a huge hemispherical shield in front of the heavenly palace. Rumble. The Guqin blades slashed on the hemispherical shield. A deafening sound of impact pierced the 9 heavens and suppressed everything. Chapter 267. The sound waves crashed into each other. The common people were dying, the Essence Realm cultivators were rolling on the ground in dissatisfaction, and the Qi Realm cultivators were clutching their heads in pain, trying to escape. But where could they go now? The ground was shaking. If they tried to escape, they would be hit by more sound waves, and the sky would be filled with cultivators who fell to the ground, vomiting blood. Pft! Pft! The 7 zither attendants all vomited blood on their gyukins. They couldn't hold on any longer. Ha ha ha, I have stronger ones here. How can you call yourself the 7 zither attendants? Wang Zhu laughed arrogantly. At this moment, Mr. Monroe arrived at the heavenly palace. Mr. Monroe, play the Guqin. Guyu shouted. Guyu Holy Sun wasn't afraid of the Guqin, but it was a battle between their subordinates. Guyu Holy Sun had to keep an eye on Yao Tianshang, so he couldn't make a move. Holy Sun, I'm not good at gyukins. I'll try my best. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. As he spoke, Mr. Monroe took out a guqin and sat down cross-legged. Dong 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 dong. As Mr. Monroe played, the 7 zither attendants seemed to have been helped by the gods. They were at a disadvantage. As soon as Wenruo started to play her zither, waves of zither music rushed out and strengthened the protective shield. But they could only defend. Ah! Zhujiansheng and the others cried out in pain. Just like Huguang, use the Akalanatha seal. Yan Chuan instructed. Okay. The 7 swordsmen and Zhujiansheng quickly imitated Huguang and used the Akalanatha seal. Yan Chuan was able to resist all the demonic sounds because of his strong will as an emperor in his previous life. The ground around the flat mountain building was shaking, but the building was strangely becoming more and more stable. Yan Chuan looked around in surprise. The flat mountain building was surrounded by cultivators who were rolling on the ground. However, there was one exception. The screens inside the flat mountain building had all collapsed. Yan Chuan saw a black-robed man sitting peacefully by a window not far away. Azure clouds were embroidered on his black robes, making him look extremely mysterious. The man sat by the window with a glass of wine in his hand. As he drank, he admired the battle between the two sides. At the feet of the black-robed man, Yan Chuan saw a round wheel. The image of the 8 trigrams appeared around the wheel. The wheel seemed to have appeared out of thin air as it spun slowly. The entire flat mountain became more and more stable. Feng Shui Master. Yan Chuan's eyes lit up. Stepping on the ground to form a wheel. This was no ordinary Feng Shui Master. With Yan Chuan's keen eyes, he could tell at a glance that this person was calm and powerful. Taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan stepped forward. I am Yan Chuan. May I know your name? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. The black-robed man was completely wrapped in the black robes. His face could not be seen clearly, but he continued drinking his wine. I am Yan Chuan. May I know your name? Yan Chuan asked solemnly. At this moment, the black-robed man glanced at Yan Chuan. However, the brim of his hat was pitch black, like an abyss. Yan Chuan could not see his face clearly. Essence Realm. The black-robed man's voice was slightly hoarse. I am Yan Chuan. May I know your name? Yan Chuan asked again with a smile. This is the Spider King's 8 Sky Demon Notes. If you can last until the end, I will tell you, the black-robed man said with a hoarse voice. Do you know the Spider King? Yan Chuan asked curiously. No, but I have seen him use this guqin to kill an emptiness realm expert. The Spider King was originally a formidable person. I did not expect him to submit to Yao Tianshang, the black-robed man said in a deep voice. Sir, may I sit down and have a drink? Yan Chuan asked with a smile. You can resist the demonic notes with your essence realm cultivation. You are quite something. Sit down, the black-robed man said calmly. Chapter 268. To be able to resist this demonic sound with your essence realm cultivation, you're quite something. Take a seat. The black-robed man said calmly. Yan Chuan swayed the corner of his robe and slowly sat down. Looking at the black-robed man, Yan Chuan smiled. Yan Chuan's purpose in entering the cultivation world this time was to recruit all kinds of talents. Although the Feng Shui master in front of him did nothing or said anything, Yan Chuan could see that he was extraordinary at a glance. Yan Chuan was thirsty for talents, so he treated them with respect. However, from the black-robed man's words, Yan Chuan could feel a sense of rejection. Do you want to recruit now? What an idiotic dream. He was just a practitioner at the bottom of the refined state. How could he make the powerful Feng Shui master work for him? Moreover, it was a path that no one had taken before. Since he couldn't summon them, what was the point of talking about grand ambitions? What a joke. To Yan Chuan, an unequal conversation had no value at all. It would be better if he did not say anything. However, Yan Chuan still sat down. It was for no other reason than to express his attitude and establish good karma. In the future, he would slowly display his strength and convince this expert. Picking up another glass of wine, Yan Chuan drank while watching the battle outside. The black-robed man was surprised. Yan Chuan had introduced himself 3 times in a row just now in order to get close to him. Now, he had just sat down, and he had stopped talking. The black-robed man looked at Yan Chuan strangely, but his attention was quickly drawn to the battle outside. At the top of the Forbidden City, Spider King Zither continued to play, as if he couldn't hear the wails of the city. He looked into the distance and played the zither continuously, faster and faster. The Guqin attacks were getting stronger and stronger. Yao Tianshang stood beside King Spider as a cold smile appeared on his face. "Gu Yu, this is a gift of merit for you. The lives of all the people in the city will depend on your ability." Yao Tianshang laughed coldly. "In the east, my Dazhao holy ground is the sky. Yao Tianshang, do you really want to leave your life in the east?" Gu Yu Holy Sun said in a low voice. "Humph, stay. The world is so big, who can stop me? The Demon Wind Mountain range belongs to us demons. Remember to tell the Tao Lords of the Dazhao sacred ground that the wrath of the demons will result in corpses for thousands of miles. This city is the example of the Dazhao sacred ground." Yao Tianshang said coldly. "Role model? Humph." Gu Yu Holy Sun snorted coldly. "King Spider." Yao Tianshang said solemnly. "Yes." King Spider replied. King Spider suddenly turned the zither in his hand. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of the zither was dull, as if one could vaguely hear the sound of war drums. Roar! 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 Countless phantoms suddenly appeared in the area covered by Wang Spider's Guqin music. At first, there were only sabers, but now, each saber had a master. One by one, the armored skeletons opened their mouths and roared angrily. Each one of them held a large saber and charged toward the opposite Immortal Palace. Roar! The 1,000,000 skeletons grabbed their large sabers and roared as they swept out. The entire world was filled with the sound of death. It swept towards the opposite Immortal Palace. Boom! Boom! Like a surging river, it rushed toward the barrier. Buzz! The sound barrier created by Mr. Monroe and the 7 zither attendants shook as if it would shatter at any moment. Ha 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 ha! King Spider continued to play excitedly, faster and faster, more and more ferocious. Bam! 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 Under the powerful sound wave, a large number of people in Liangjing exploded. His sound technique became stronger and stronger. Chapter 269. Ah! Countless cultivators in the city cried out in pain. Even the Qi realm cultivators were rolling on the ground in pain. The pain was getting worse. The embroidered uniform army members sitting cross-legged in the flat mountain building couldn't bear the pain even though they were holding the Akalanatha seal. Their faces were contorted in pain and they were covered in sweat. One of them even foamed at the mouth. The embroidered uniform army members were swaying. They couldn't hold on any longer. Whoosh! Yan Chuan suddenly stood up. It wasn't easy for him to bring the embroidered uniform army out. How could he let them die here? Ferocious tiger army formation! Yan Chuan shouted. The embroidered uniform army members who were in pain heard Yan Chuan's words and immediately became spirited. They formed hand seals and stood up with difficulty. They stood out of the formation with difficulty. Puff! Puff! A dozen embroidered uniform army members spat out blood. They were injured by the sound technique. Yan Chuan stepped in front of the fierce tiger army formation. Bang! A large amount of blood and qi gushed out from the embroidered uniform army members and formed a huge tiger with the help of the formation. Yan Chuan's blood and qi condensed into the tiger's eyes. Wind follows the tiger, roar to the sky. Yan Chuan shouted. Roar! Yan Chuan and the 3,000 embroidered uniform army members roared at the sky at the same time. The blood-red tiger formed by the formation also stomped on the ground and roared at the top of the forbidden city. Roar! Roar! The tiger's roar pierced the 9 heavens. Moreover, the tiger's roar was very long. The more it roared, the louder it became. It wasn't as moving as the sound of the zither. It was just a barbaric roar that seemed to want to tear the sky apart. The huge roar formed a sound wave that rushed towards the top of the forbidden city. The tiger's roar was like a sharp sword that tore through the zither waves and rushed towards the unprepared Spider King. King Spider looked at the sound technique that appeared out of nowhere in surprise. This sound technique was not powerful. In the past, King Spider would not even care about it. But now, King Spider's sound technique was almost all concentrated on the front line, in the direction of the Immortal Palace. Millions of skeletal soldiers were like a long river, breaking the dam on the opposite side. This sound technique that suddenly came from the side caught the King Spider off guard. You're courting death. The King Spider glared. His fingers moved slightly. A Guqin wave came and collided with the tiger's roar. Hong! Guqin waves and sound techniques collided, creating a huge storm. A strong rebounding force was emitted, and the blood qi tiger exploded with a loud bang. Ah! Ah! The 3,000 soldiers were also sent flying by the shockwave, crashing into the flat mountain inn with a loud bang. Poof! 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 The members of the embroidered uniform army all spat out blood, heavily injured and dispirited. Ding! A crisp sound came from the top of the forbidden city. Rumble! The vast demon skeleton army exploded with a loud boom. Under the huge explosion, the Guqin wave barrier in the distance also exploded. Poof! Poof! The 7 zither attendants were sent flying while spitting out blood. Mr. Monroe barely blocked the impact. Although he didn't spit out blood, his insides were churning from the impact. His face turned red, and he looked at the top of the forbidden city in surprise. Chapter 270. On the summit of the forbidden city, Spider King stood up with an unsightly expression. Spider King was not injured at all. The only difference was the Guqin in his hand. One of the strings of the Guqin had snapped during the tiger roar. As soon as the zither string was broken, the great sound disaster was completely over. When the music stopped, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. At the same time, almost everyone turned to look at the flat mountain inn. The flat mountain inn was in a mess. Countless cultivators were still rolling on the ground in pain. Even the 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army were severely injured. Only Hu Guang was in a better condition. He endured his injuries and walked to stand behind Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan stood in front of the flat mountain inn and stared coldly at the summit of the forbidden city. At this moment, everyone was looking at Yan Chuan. Yao Tianshang was no exception. The two of them looked at each other. Yao Tianshang squinted his eyes. Yao Tianshang was also a powerful person. He saw a domineering aura in Yan Chuan's eyes, a powerful domineering aura. A domineering aura that he had never seen before. An essence realm cultivator. How could he bear such a domineering gaze? Yan Chuan squinted his eyes as well. Arrogance. Absolute arrogance. Yan Chuan had never seen such arrogance in Yao Tianshang's eyes. Even in his previous life, Yan Chuan had never seen such an arrogant gaze. Yan Chuan's evaluation of Yao Tianshang rose again. As the two of them looked at each other, a voice suddenly rang out. Yao Tianshang, your Guqin waves are broken. Don't you remember what I said? Gu Yu's cold voice rang out. This time, Yao Tianshang shifted his gaze to Gu Yu Holy Sun, who was far away. Yao Tianshang sneered and did not answer Gu Yu Holy Sun. Spider King, let's go. Yao Tianshang said indifferently. Yes. Spider King nodded. Before leaving, Yao Tianshang glanced at Yan Chuan again. He frowned and pondered for a while. Then, he shot toward the northwest Wind Demon Mountain. Yao Tianshang and Spider King, the two Emptiness Realm experts, disappeared before everyone's eyes. The once prosperous Liang Jing had now become a pile of ruins. There were countless casualties. Even if they were still alive, they were still in pain and wouldn't be able to recover in a short time. Yao Tianshang and King Spider left. On the other side, Gu Yu Holy Sun also stared at Yan Chuan. As he took a step forward, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Yan Chuan. Following Gu Yu Holy Sun were two purple-robed men. The purple-robed men were expressionless, as if they were Gu Yu Holy Sun's lackeys. With the arrival of Gu Yu Holy Sun, more and more experts flew over from behind. Yan Chuan glanced at the flat mountain inn. At that moment, the black-robed man in the flat mountain inn had disappeared. Yan Chuan frowned and sighed in his heart. He turned to look at the ancient moon Holy Sun who was flying over. Gu Yu Holy Sun was also looking around. Looking at the group of people lying on the ground in pain, a trace of confusion appeared on his face. Swoosh! Mr. Monroe came closer. Holy Sun, this is Yan Chuan, the son of Yan Tao. Mr. Monroe introduced. Yan Tao's son. Ha ha ha, like father, like son. Gu Yu Holy Sun looked at Yan Chuan with a scrutinizing expression. Gu Yu Holy Sun, you flatter me. Yan Chuan smiled faintly. Flatter? You helped me, the Holy Sun, defeat the two demons just now. Who else could have done that? I have to thank you for this defeat. Gu Yu Holy Sun smiled faintly. Oh, thank you, Gu Yu Holy Sun. My subordinates were all injured by Qin Lang. Gu Yu Holy Sun is the Holy Sun of the Dazhao Holy Land. You must have good medicine to treat them. If you want to thank me, just heal my subordinates. Yan Chuan smiled faintly. Ha! The surrounding practitioners were puzzled. No one expected Yan Chuan to really ask for something. You're too direct. Can't you be more polite? The Holy Sun's reward was much better than this. Only Mr. Monroe's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation. Yan Chuan did this to draw a clear line between him and Gu Yu Holy Sun. If you want to thank me, I'll ask for something by name. He was very direct. He turned the help just now into a business deal. In this way, Gu Yu Holy Sun would not be able to get close to him. Chapter 271. Feng Yinyang. Gu Yu Holy Sun looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. That's easy. I have a bottle of divine dew rain. It can help them recover immediately. Gu Yu Holy Sun smiled. As he spoke, he took out a small bottle and gently poured it out. Under Gu Yu Holy Sun's control, the divine dew rain floated in the air. Gu Yu Holy Sun waved his hand gently. Bang! The divine dew rain was instantly dispersed and rushed into the bodies of the people who were rolling on the ground. Instantly, everyone's pain was alleviated. Tell everyone to sit down and meditate. Yan Chuan said to Huo Guang. Yes. Huo Guang quickly went forward and ordered the embroidered uniform army to sit down and meditate. Holy Sun, you're swift and decisive. Yan Chuan is impressed. Yan Chuan said with a smile. I've heard about you. Gu Yu Holy Sun smiled at Yan Chuan. Oh. They say you're very smart. My palace Gu Yu needs talents like you. Mr. Monroe should have told you about our trip to the Demon Wind Mountains, right? Gu Yu Holy Sun said with a smile. Mr. Monroe raised his eyebrows and immediately turned to look at a man in a Taoist robe. His eyes were spitting fire. Yan Chuan roughly understood the situation when he saw Mr. Monroe's expression. Following Mr. Monroe's gaze, Yan Chuan also looked at the man. He was a rugged man with narrow eyes that glowed from time to time. When he looked at Yan Chuan, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Who is this?" Yan Chuan asked curiously. Guyu Holy Sun looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. Yan Chuan actually found the person who reported to him in an instant. "This is the leader of the Life League. He's my friend, Immortal Wei Qian," Guyu Holy Sun said. "The leader of the Life League, Immortal Wei Qian. So it's the Life League." "Ha ha ha," Yan Chuan said with a smile. "The Life League. A few days. He had just killed 5 Qi Realm warriors from the League." "You know him?" Guyu Holy Sun asked. Was confused. Guyu Holy Sun. Guyu Holy Sun. Guyu Holy Sun, is Guyu. I Gu Y and, Sun. U as Y. Oh. Guyu Holy Sun squinted his eyes. Looking at Wei Qian and Yan Chuan, Guyu Holy Sun smiled and said, "If that's the case, I won't force you. Guyu will remember the help you gave me today. If you have any problems in the future, you can find me at the Dazhao Holy Sun." An. Yan Chuan nodded. "Inform everyone to head to the Demon Wind Mountain range immediately." Guyu Holy Sun turned around and said. "Yes." Everyone answered. As Guyu Holy Sun spoke, he soared into the sky. A cloud appeared under his feet. Everyone followed him. Some of them quickly returned to the Immortal Palace and gathered a large number of cultivators. All of them headed towards the Demon Wind Mountain range. Those who could fly followed behind Guyu Holy Sun. Those who couldn't fly jumped on the ground and followed him. There were thousands of cultivators in the group. More than half of the cultivators in Liangjing left with Guyu Holy Sun. Watching Guyu Holy Sun leave, Yan Chuan pondered for a moment. The alliance leader of the Life League, Wei Qian. Yan Chuan squinted his eyes. While everyone was enjoying the nourishment of the divine dew rain, Yan Chuan returned to the table where the black-robed man was sitting. The black-robed man had already left. However, he left 3 words on the table. The 3 words were left behind with wine. "Feng Yinyang, Feng Yinyang. Your name is Feng Yinyang." Yan Chuan looked at the 3 words in confusion. With a gentle wave of his hand, Yan Chuan wiped away the words written on the wine on the table and smiled. At least, he now knew the name of this Feng Shui master. Feng Yinyang. Chapter 272. Yan Chuan walked out of the flat mountain inn slowly. Everyone was still recuperating. Yan Chuan looked at the entire Liang capital. Liang capital had been turned into a pile of ruins. Only a few people who were still alive were rolling on the ground in pain. Yan Chuan didn't feel that Yao Tianshang was in the wrong in this battle. After all, they stood from different perspectives and saw different problems. Humans cherished human lives, and demons cherished demon lives. Wiping out an entire city of civilians was like killing a bunch of demonic beasts. It was a normal thing. However, Yao Tianshang was not ordinary. A great demon from the north dared to provoke a sacred ground in the east. Whoosh! Whoosh! A large number of cultivators flew into Liang capital from all directions. All of them were shocked. What exactly happened in Liang capital? Was it destroyed? Yan Chuan ignored them and waited for his subordinates to get up. The first ones to get up were Zhujiansheng and the 7 swordsmen. After all, the 8 of them had higher cultivation. Phew, what a powerful divine dew rain. I'm fully recovered. Nonsense. You couldn't have enjoyed that in the past. Everyone was talking at once. Zhujiansheng walked to Yan Chuan with a strange expression. Martial uncle, you're fine. Zhujiansheng asked with a complicated expression. Yan Chuan smiled and did not say anything. Martial uncle, I didn't expect your 3,000 embroidered uniform army to be able to use sound techniques. That's amazing. The three swordsmen laughed. Yeah, I didn't expect them to be so powerful. Martial uncle, something big must have happened in Demon Wind Mountain Range. Why don't we go in and take a look? The four swordsmen said with anticipation. As soon as the four swordsmen spoke, everyone looked at Yan Chuan with anticipation. Why? Do you want to go in? Yan Chuan laughed. Of course. With so many experts going in, something big must have happened. The 8 of us should join in the fun. Even if we can't get what's inside, we can at least take a look. The three swordsmen said immediately. Then why don't you go in? Yan Chuan asked in confusion. Alas, we also want to, but our master won't let us. The four swordsmen said helplessly. However, martial uncle, if you are willing to go in, then we can go in. The three swordsmen had a fawning expression. Oh. Our master can't stop you. Master told us to protect you. Wherever you go, we will go. As long as you go, we can go. The three swordsmen laughed. That's right. Martial uncle, why don't we go and take a look as well? Everyone nodded. Go away. Yan Chuan laughed and shouted. Thousands of demons have escaped from Demon Wind Mountain Range. Wouldn't we be courting death if we went in? We just need to kill the escaping demon beasts in the periphery. Yan Chuan said with certainty. Don't, uncle, listen to me. The three swordsmen tried to persuade him. Ming! Ming! Suddenly, two crisp and long cries resounded throughout the entire Liangjing. Everyone looked up. A green light flashed in the distance. The green light came from the horizon and arrived above Liangjing in the blink of an eye. That's fast. Zhujiansheng said in surprise. The green light stopped in the air and everyone could see it clearly. It was two green birds that were about 30 meters long. The green birds were extremely beautiful and emitted a gentle green light. Green one. It's a green one. The three swordsmen said in surprise. The two green wands flapped their wings and floated in the air. At the same time, they were pulling a white limousine. Chapter 273. Zhujiansheng exclaimed in surprise, Green wand pulling the carriage. Who exactly is inside? The carriage was like a huge house, but it was surrounded by a platform. 10 men stood on the platform. The 10 men's faces were very old-fashioned and expressionless. In front of the white carriage, there was a curtain. It was as if two maids were slowly pulling the curtain apart. Ka ka ka. The 10 old-fashioned men knelt on one knee and respectfully waited for the person to walk out of the house. This scene surprised many people. Who exactly was inside the carriage that was pulled by the green one? Slowly, a woman in white walked out from the carriage. The woman was wearing a white veil, which made her look like a holy lotus flower. The woman held a jade flute in her hand and slowly stepped onto the platform. The gentle breeze blew the woman's hair, making her look extremely beautiful. The woman's face was fair and white, and she was extremely beautiful. Even though she was not as exceptional as Meng Rongrong, she was more elegant and refined. It made people hold their breaths when they looked at her, and they did not want to disturb her. I'm late. Let's continue on our way. The woman said softly. Caw. Caw. The two green wands seemed to understand human language and let out a long caw. At the Flat Mountain Inn. Zhujiansheng and the 7 swordsmen looked at the holy woman, not wanting to disturb her. Only Yan Chuan's eyes were moist, and his whole body was trembling. Ro. Are you Ro? Yan Chuan looked at the holy woman on the green wand carriage in disbelief. I'm Zhenro. What's your name? Who wants you to send flowers? I don't like it, I don't like it. Why don't I keep one? Be your wife. Dream on. Hubby, wants to eat the ice heart lotus seed. Hubby, will definitely give birth to a baby for you. No, give birth to 10 babies. I'll give birth to 10 babies for you. Ah, don't. It's broad daylight. How can you? Hubby, my father prepared this for me. I heard it's delicious. Let me feed you. Hubby, will be leaving first. You must take care of yourself. Husband, I still remember the 3 lives flower you gave me that day. It was so beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. Zhenrou, Yan Chuan's wife in his previous life. Yan Chuan's eyes gradually moistened as he recalled the past. The scene gradually froze in his mind. Zhenrou had fallen into his arms, blood flowing from her mouth. You're still alive. Otherwise, why would you appear before me? You're alive too. Yan Chuan lost control of his emotions as he looked at the pure and holy woman on the blue phoenix carriage. Ming. The green Luan let out a long cry. Its body emitted a green light that shrouded the caravan behind it as it shot toward the Demon Wind mountain range. Yan Chuan roared in shock. Yan Chuan wished he could rush up and stop the blue phoenix carriage, but he was only in the essence realm. How could he stop it? Swish! The blue phoenix pulled the carriage and shot into the Demon Wind mountain range in an instant. Yan Chuan roared. Uncle Master, what's wrong? Zhijiansheng and the rest quickly supported Yan Chuan. Me? Yan Chuan came back to his senses and looked at the surprised Zhijiansheng and the rest. He ignored them and looked in the direction where the blue phoenix left with a trace of joy and bitterness on his face. He took a few deep breaths to calm himself down. Uncle Master, you called her Do you know her? Who is she? Zhijiansheng asked curiously. Yan Chuan shook his head. She's a very important person to me. Since you want to enter the Demon Wind mountain range, all right, let's go together. Really? Everyone was delighted. Yan Chuan looked into the distance with reluctance. He took a deep breath and said, however, we can't go in like this. We have to be fully prepared. Prepared? That's right. Follow my instructions. Chapter 274. Not bad. Follow my arrangements. Arrangements? Don't worry, as long as we go to the Demon Wind mountain range, we will listen to whatever martial uncle says. The 3 swordsmen were overjoyed. Let me think about it. Yan Chuan said. Yan Chuan stopped talking and returned to the flat mountain inn to drink wine alone. The 3,000 members of the embroidered uniform army slowly recovered from their injuries. Even though they had just recovered from a serious illness, they were all unusually excited. After all, many cultivators had rolled around in pain from the earlier clash of the zither sounds. Not only were they fine, but they had also destroyed this vast sound disaster. They were part of the ferocious tiger army formation. The embroidered uniform army looked at Yan Chuan with admiration. Zhijiansheng and the others looked at Yan Chuan in confusion. Yan Chuan looked at the ruins of the city and drank wine alone, as if he was thinking about something. After an hour, Yan Chuan looked at everyone with a determined expression. Zhijiansheng, 7 swordsmen. Yan Chuan called out. Here. The 8 immediately stepped forward and smiled. Are you really willing to follow my orders? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. Of course. The 3 swordsmen answered. Definitely. Zhijiansheng said excitedly. Good, I will arrange it for you now. Yan Chuan smiled. Oh. 4, 5, 6, 7, for swordsmen, I want you to go back to the Black Dragon Swamp where you killed the Flood Dragon. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Ah. At the bottom of the Black Dragon Swamp, you said there is a big hole that leads to the Demon Wind Mountain Range, right? Yen Chuan asked. That's right. What are we going to do there? The 7 swordsmen asked in confusion. Follow that big hole until you reach the end. Find me the entrance to the Demonic Wind Mountain Range. Enter the Demonic Wind Mountain Range through that big hole and meet up with me. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Ah. Why? The 7 swordsmen were confused. Leave yourself a way out, just in case. Yen Chuan said after some thought. Okay. The 4 swordsmen said in surprise. Everyone wanted to go to the Demon Wind Mountain Range, but they did not think too much about it. Martial Uncle, the Demon Wind Mountain Range is huge. How are we supposed to find you? Asked the 6 swordsmen, puzzled. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice, don't worry. This time, I'll enter the Demon Wind Mountain Range with a bang. When the time comes, I'll be able to find out what's going on. Ah. Everyone was puzzled. Just take care of yourself. Yen Chuan said. Oh. The 4 of them nodded. Zhijiansheng, Great Swordsman, Second Swordsman, and Third Swordsman. Yen Chuan looked at the 4 people. Martial Uncle, what orders do you have? The 4 of them looked at Yen Chuan curiously. Judging from Yen Chuan's first deployment, Yen Chuan's thinking was much more appropriate than his. The 4 of you, go and spread the news now. Say that a heaven-class cultivation technique has appeared. I, Yen Chuan, saw it with my own eyes. It was obtained by the owner of a carriage pulled by a pair of green phoenixes. It's in the Demon Wind Mountain Range. They haven't left yet because they're looking for an even greater treasure. Yen Chuan said solemnly. Ah. Heaven-class cultivation technique? That lady in white just now? Zhijiansheng said in surprise. Everyone looked at Yen Chuan in surprise. Yen Chuan said snappily, of course they didn't get it. Moreover, there might not be any heaven-class cultivation technique in the Demon Wind Mountain Range. Martial Uncle, what do you mean by this? Zhijiansheng asked in confusion. I still want to see her. Yen Chuan said after taking a deep breath. Ah. Everyone was at a loss. Guyu Holy Sun spread the news that a heaven-class cultivation technique has appeared in the Demon Wind Mountain Range. Now, I'm just proving it for him. After all, not many cultivators know about this news. Soon, a large number of cultivators will gather here one after another. More and more cultivators will charge into the Demon Wind Mountain Range. The news that will make them lose their rationality is the heaven-class cultivation technique. Guyu Holy Sun said so, and now that I'm proving it for him, more people will charge in. Yen Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 275. True experts might not care too much about the heaven-grade cultivation technique. Only those below the God realm would go crazy for it. Of course, those in the early stage of the emptiness realm are also greedy. As long as everyone goes to look for her, I will know where she went. Yen Chuan took a deep breath and said. That girl didn't get the heaven-grade cultivation technique. If she knows that Martial Uncle is the one who spread the news, she might come to confront Martial Uncle. Zhijiansheng followed this train of thought and said. Yes, I want to see her. Ask all the cultivators to help me find her. Ask her to come to me. Yen Chuan said with certainty. But, will the girl in white be in danger? The 3 swordsmen asked doubtfully. No, those 2 blue wands are at the peak of the God realm or the emptiness realm. If she wants to leave, those in the early stage of the emptiness realm can't stop her. She won't be in danger. Yen Chuan shook his head. If she won't be in danger, then Martial Uncle, you will be in danger. Not to mention the girl in white, even some cultivators who don't believe you will come to you and ask. If they fight, won't you? Zhujiansheng said worriedly. Yes, martial uncle. Are you going to give up your life for a girl? The three swordsmen said strangely. Don't worry. Yan Chuan smiled faintly. The 8 martial nephews felt strange. We will leave in 3 days. In 3 days, spread the news quickly. Say that I saw it with my own eyes. If anyone doesn't believe me, they can come to me at any time. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh. Everyone nodded blankly. Oh right, 3 days later. Martial uncle, will the girl in white leave in 3 days? No, she won't. ZZ said last time that she saw the holy son of the Dazhao Holy Land and the great demon a few months ago in Carefree City. Obviously, it was Gu Yu and Yao Tiansheng. They couldn't find the thing inside for a few months. It's impossible for them to find it in 2 or 3 days. Since she rode the blue Luan, she must be looking for the thing inside. It must still be inside. Go, spread the news. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Good. All right. Everyone said with complicated expressions. Obviously, Yan Chuan's plan had already exceeded their expectations. At the very least, no one could predict the future. Half a month later, in a huge canyon in the Demon Wind Mountain Range. Kill. Fire. Army destroyer. Kill, kill, kill. In the canyon, the sound of fighting soared into the sky. Huo Guang was leading the embroidered army to fight against a pack of demonic wolves. The 3,000 soldiers were fighting in a frenzy. Their bodies were covered in blood, but they were becoming more and more proficient in the art of slaughter. Above the canyon, behind Yan Chuan stood Lu Jin, Zhujiansheng, big, second, and third swordsman. Everyone looked at the canyon. Zhujiansheng had a strange expression on his face. Martial uncle, you brought 3,000 soldiers here. Will you be fine? Zhujiansheng asked worriedly. Yeah, when it's only you, martial uncle, you can think of a way to escape. But there are almost 3,000 people here. If we encounter the Demon King, we won't be able to escape. We will suffer heavy casualties. The third swordsman said with an ugly expression. Who said so? Don't we have people to protect us? Yan Chuan said with a smile. Zhujiansheng and the others turned around to look at the surrounding mountains. Sure enough, there were dozens of experts standing on the peaks. They were all Qi realm experts. In the past 2 weeks, more and more people have been following me. Martial uncle, what should we do? Chapter 276. What are you worried about? Isn't it good for them to protect us in the Demon Wind Mountain Range? Yan Chuan smiled. Protect? Everyone looked confused. Yan Chuan ignored them. They continued to watch Huo Guang fight in the valley. At the peaks of the surrounding mountains, there were indeed many small groups at this moment. 2 white-robed sword cultivators stood on the peak of a small mountain. Senior brother, is what Yan Chuan said true? Yan Chuan said that he made an agreement with the woman in white to get a heaven-class cultivation method and make a copy of it. However, the woman went back on her words, so he brought 3,000 subordinates into the Demon Wind Mountain Range to find the woman in white and make her fulfill her promise. The other person said. But why do I feel that it's fake? Fake? Is it fake? I think it's real. Oh. If it's fake, would he dare to bring an Essence State cultivator into the Demon Wind Mountain Range? There are 3,000 Essence State cultivators there. Wouldn't he be walking into a tiger's den? It must be real if he dares to risk his life to come in. But if it's real, we should go find the woman in white. It should be easy to find her with the Qinghuan carriage. Find her? How? The Demon Wind Mountain Range is so big. Where can we find her? Just follow him. Follow Yan Chuan. Why? He doesn't have the item. Are you stupid? Yan Chuan must know how to find the woman in white since he dared to come in. We can find her if we follow him. Of course, the martial uncles will go find the woman in white. We just need to look after Yan Chuan. As long as he's fine, we can definitely find the woman in white. Yes, senior brother is so smart. And what? The woman in white is definitely not easy to deal with. We might not be able to get the heaven-class cultivation method from her. However, as long as Yan Chuan gets the cultivation method, we get it from Yan Chuan. You're so wise, senior brother. Besides, don't you see that the others are not willing to leave? Oh. We're not the only ones who are smart. They can see it clearly as well. If you leave now, you'll be giving up on the heaven-tier cultivation technique. You want to leave? No, I'm not leaving. I'll follow. The surrounding Xiuzhe all had their own ulterior motives. He looked at Yan Chuan, who was also protecting Yan Chuan. If there was a demon king, the group of experts would attack together. If there was no demon king, the embroidered uniform army would be practicing. For a time, Yan Chuan's team grew larger and larger. Half a month later, Yan Chuan and his group had gathered nearly 100 Qi realm experts. A group of people charged into the depths of the Demon Wind Mountain range, and the number of people in the group was still increasing by the day. More and more, more and more. Even if they encountered God Realm beasts along the way, the God Realm beasts were all dumbfounded when they saw the mighty team and turned around to leave. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Yan Chuan sat by a small lake. Boom! The aura emitted from his body caused ripples to appear on the surface of the lake. Third tier of the essence state. You're breaking through really fast. Zhujiansheng said with a smile. It's just along the way. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Ah. Zhujiansheng and the others were speechless. Alright, it was just along the way. Why couldn't his cultivation be just along the way? Back then, he was full and hungry. Your Majesty. Huo Guang said with a frown. What's wrong? Yan Chuan was puzzled. During this period, we've killed too many monsters along the way. If we encounter more monsters, we won't have enough time to eat them. It's a burden to bring them along. Huo Guang said with a frown. Hearing Huo Guang's words, Zhujiansheng wanted to kick him. The demonic beasts ate too much. Too much. When I was cultivating, I had no monsters to eat and had to think of other ways. Now you're complaining that it's too much. Let's eat the high-level monsters. First, we'll eat the Qi realm monsters we killed. Then, we'll eat the monsters at the peak of the essence state. Just bring 2 days' worth of food. Throw away the rest of the monsters. Yan Chuan said lightly. Yes. Huo Guang nodded. The 3 swordsmen and the wine sword Immortal turned their heads away to avoid looking at the ugly faces of the nouveau riche. There are many monsters in the Demon Wind Mountain range, but you're too extravagant. Don't mock us like that. Chapter 277. In the Demonic Wind Mountain range. As the news of the heaven-class cultivation technique spread, more and more sects rushed in. Some of them were aiming for the heaven-class cultivation technique. Similarly, there were also some smart experts who knew that the heaven-class cultivation technique was not as simple as it seemed. However, the heaven-class cultivation technique would be more valuable than that. As the sects entered, their senior and junior brothers passed on the information they had gathered. In a forest, 4 figures were having a discussion. 7th brother, how is it? The other 3 asked. They were the 4, 5, 6, and 7 swordsmen of the Day sect. They had arrived at the Demonic Wind Mountain range from the underground cave of the Black Dragon Pool. When the 4 of them arrived, there were already 20,000 practitioners in the Demonic Wind Mountain range. Therefore, the four of them soon found other practitioners and inquired. The 7 swordsmen looked at the 3 and frowned. "We have news, but..." "But what?" The 3 of them were puzzled. "I know where martial uncle Yan Chuan is, but it might not be peaceful there," the 7 swordsmen said in a strange tone. "Oh. More and more practitioners are entering the demonic Wind Mountain range. Strange things are happening one after another. Don't you know? There are several grand demons living in the demonic Wind Mountain range." "That's right. Grand demons are all emptiness realm demonic beasts. They are extremely powerful. This is also the reason why many practitioners don't dare to enter the demonic Wind Mountain range. The first news is that these grand demons have all disappeared. There are traces of battle in their nests. It's a mess," the 7 swordsmen said in a strange tone. "Ah. Emptiness realm grand demons have all disappeared. Were they killed?" "I'm not sure, but they should be dead. Otherwise, the demonic beasts in the demonic Wind Mountain range wouldn't be running away in fear," the 7 swordsmen guessed. "Okay, continue." "The second news is that Guyu Holy Sun's team is getting bigger. There are 8,000 of them searching the demonic Wind Mountain range for him," the 7 swordsmen said in a strange tone. 8,000? Searching for him? So many? How?" The 3 of them were surprised. "It's mainly because of the life art. I don't know what happened to them, but they still sent half demonic Wind Mountain range for Guyu Holy Sun. And life realm mountain range for Guyu Holy Sun. So many people. What are you looking for? Are you crazy?" the 4 swordsmen asked in surprise. "Next up is our flashy martial uncle," the 7 swordsmen said with a strange expression. "Oh. I heard that martial uncle and his 3,000 imperial brocade guards have been escorting them all the way here," the 7 swordsmen said with a strange look on their faces. 500, Qi State. Escort. Everyone was surprised. That's right. Guyu Holy Sun has gathered 8,000 people. Most of them are at the Essence State. Those who are at the Qi State and above may not be as many as martial uncle. Moreover, I heard that this team is still increasing," the 7 swordsmen said with a strange expression. Everyone was at a loss. Back then, Yan Chuan had said that it would be easy to find him and that he would have a spectacular life. The 4 of them didn't believe him at first, but now it seemed that the largest group in the Demon Wind Mountain range was Yan Chuan. "What should we do? Are you going to look for martial uncle?" 6 swordsmen asked curiously. "Of course, we're going to find martial uncle. Martial uncle's side must be very interesting." The 5 swordsmen's eyes immediately lit up. "Then what are we waiting for?" "Yes, 7 swordsmen, where is martial uncle?" "Follow me." At the peak of a mountain in the Demon Wind Mountain range. Chapter 278. Guyu Holy Sun stood at the top of the mountain with a group of experts, looking down at the devilish wind mountains under the clouds. Wen Ruo, Wei Qin, and the others stood behind him. Several subordinates stood respectfully in front of Guyu. "Holy Sun, this is the news we received," the subordinate said respectfully. Guyu Holy Sun took a deep breath and squinted his eyes. Yan Chuan. Not only Guyu Holy Sun, but the other experts were also shocked. "Mr. Monroe, what do you think?" Guyu Holy Sun asked calmly. Mr. Monroe smiled bitterly. "Holy Sun, you used fame, power, grace, and affection to invite everyone to help you. Yan Chuan used benefits that you can see but can't touch to tempt you. And he might be doing this to protect himself. Self-protection. Self-protection. 600 experts above the Qi realm to protect him when he's in the Essence realm. This Yan Chuan is really good," Guyu said with a complicated expression. "Holy Sun, I think this Yan Chuan is despicable." Wei Qin, the leader of the Life League, said in a low voice. Oh. Guyu said calmly. When Ruo raised her eyebrows slightly. Holy Sun humbled himself and invited him to enter the devilish Wind Mountains, but he refused again and again. If he really didn't want to enter the devilish Wind Mountains as he said, it would have been fine. But he followed us in and didn't give the Holy Sun any face. Despicable. Also, he used the news about the Holy Sun's heaven-level technique to recruit free bodyguards. Despicable. Wei Qin said coldly. Guyu frowned slightly. Immortal Wei Qin, you're wrong. Holy Sun released the news about the heaven-level technique to convince everyone. Yan Chuan confirmed it to help the Holy Sun. What's there to be angry about? Mr. Monroe immediately laughed. Wei Qin frowned and looked at Mr. Monroe. Guyu Holy Sun took a deep breath and said, if he wants to come in, let him come in. Forget it. Yes. Wei Chan nodded and didn't say anything else. Is there any news about Yao Tiansheng? Guyu Holy Sun asked solemnly. No, but it seems like Yao Tiansheng is not going to let this go. He might ruin the Holy Sun's plan. Mr. Monroe frowned. Spoil my plans? He's not worthy. That group of adventurers opened the ancient seal and all of them were cursed. They would die as soon as they stepped out of the Demon Wind Mountain range. Most of them died and only brought back some information. There are still 2 people who are definitely somewhere in the Demon Wind Mountain range. Once we find them, we'll know where the ancient seal is. Guyu Holy Sun said in a deep voice. Holy Sun, don't worry. The Life League will definitely find them. Wei Qin said in a deep voice. Spiritual Master Wei Qin, thank you for your hard work. After this battle, I will reward you on behalf of the Dazhao Holy Land. Guyu Holy Sun said calmly. Thank you, Holy Sun. I'll go and ask my disciples to hurry up. Wei Qin smiled. Okay. Guyu Holy Sun nodded. Wei Qin flew into the valley below. Guyu Holy Sun narrowed his eyes and smiled coldly as he watched Wei Qin fly down the mountain. Below, in a big tent. There were more than 20 people standing in front of Wei Qin. All 20 of you are in the Qi state. I have a mission for you. Wei Qin said in a deep voice. Please give us your orders, League Master. Assassinate Yan Chuan. 20 Qi state cultivators are enough. Wei Qin said in a deep voice. Senior brother, assassinate Yan Chuan. Why? Now. Someone at the side asked in surprise. He's Yen Tao's vile spawn, and he'll seek revenge on us sooner or later. Judging from this trip to the Demon Wind Mountain Range, this little bastard is quite capable, so we must eliminate him before he grows up. Otherwise, there'll be great trouble sooner or later. Said Wei Chan in a low voice. Yes. The person beside him nodded. Don't worry, Alliance Master. Yan Chuan is just an elite state cultivator. 20 of us are more than enough to kill him, let alone assassinate him. The 20 Qi state cultivators said confidently. Go. Wei Qin nodded. Swish. 20 Qi Jing warriors quickly rushed out of the tent. Senior brother, aren't you making a mountain out of a molehill? 20 Qi Jing warriors against 1 Essence Jing warrior. Perhaps. Wei Qin also felt that he was being overly sensitive. At the mouth of a vast lake in the Demon Wind Mountain Range. On a small hill, Yan Chuan led Zhujiansheng and the others to look at the interior of the lake. Boom! 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 Above the lake, the water was churning non-stop. Blood flowed from the bottom of the lake and crocodile carcasses floated to the surface. The crocodiles in this lake have also suffered. I have seen your army, it is like an army of locusts. Wherever they go, not even a blade of grass will survive. Many monsters have suffered from this unexpected disaster. Zhujiansheng laughed. Hua Guang and the others can kill monsters on land, they must be able to do the same in the sea. Otherwise, sooner or later they will be at a disadvantage. It is better to train them now. Yan Chuan laughed. But they have just reached the essence state not long ago. They should not be used to breathing underwater through their pores. You are too fast. Fast? They are already in the essence state, do they still need people to teach them? They must know everything. Yan Chuan shook his head. But Zhujiansheng and the others were still at a loss. But no more buts. Don't eat the crocodile feast tonight. Yan Chuan laughed. Don't, pretend I didn't say anything. Zhujiansheng immediately stopped talking. Ha 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 ha. The three swordsmen and the others laughed. Not far away, the cultivators who were standing on the mountains were in a dilemma. Yan Chuan's journey was like a training ground. They wanted to leave now, but they were not willing to. Look, there were already hundreds of Qi realm cultivators guarding the lake. If they left, wouldn't they give up in vain? It was like waiting in line. When you are halfway through the line, you know that there is a long line in front of you, but you are unwilling to give up because there is a long line behind you. The cultivators were from different sects, so they restricted each other. For a time, they were strangely harmonious. They only hoped that Yan Chuan would be on his way soon. Whoosh! Whoosh! 4 figures came from afar. They slowly floated up and looked around the lake. They were the 4, 5, 6, and 7 swordsmen. The 4 of them looked around with a surprised expression. 800. There are at least 800 Qi realm cultivators. Martial uncle is too troublesome. The 7 swordsmen were surprised. Yeah, there are 800 of them. It is easier to invite a god than to send them away. These people have been protecting martial uncle all this time. If they don't get what they want, they will end up like this. The 6 swordsmen said with a strange expression. 6, don't talk nonsense. Remember our mission. Master told us to protect martial uncle. The 4 swordsmen said in a deep voice. Protect? Are you kidding me? Does he want us to protect him? 800 Qi realm cultivators, they would be able to rampage wherever they went. Each of them can drown us with their spit. The 6 swordsmen said with a strange expression. Everyone. Boss, they saw us. Let's go. The 4 swordsmen said. Okay. Everyone nodded. Then they all flew towards Yan Chuan. Chapter 279. Xiao. The 4, 5, 6, and 7 swordsmen landed beside Yan Chuan. Martial uncle, big brother. The 4 swordsmen greeted. When the 4 arrived, the eyes of the 800 Qi Jing practitioners lit up. Did someone come to find Yan Chuan? This was different from before. It's good that you're here. Yan Chuan said calmly. Have you found the place? Don't tell me you don't remember the way back. The 3 swordsmen laughed. Of course we know. Just follow us. The 4 swordsmen laughed. As soon as the 4 swordsmen finished speaking, all the sounds of birds, beasts, insects, and fish disappeared. The 800 Qi Jing practitioners who were whispering to each other also became quiet. Everyone's spirits were suddenly shaken. The place? Where? The white-clothed lady with the blue phoenix pulling the carriage. Yan Chuan asked the 4 of them to find the place. We guessed right. If we follow Yan Chuan, we will definitely find the Tian level skill book. We didn't wait in vain. The surrounding practitioners started to discuss again. At the same time, their eyes were filled with hope. The 4 swordsmen were surprised by the sudden change in the environment. What? Did I say something wrong? The 4 swordsmen were confused. You didn't say anything wrong. Yan Chuan laughed. Pine. Above the lake, a pillar of water shot out. A 10-meter-long azure crocodile soared into the sky. However, a spear pierced through its abdomen. The one who came out of the water after that was the slightly injured Huoguang. Pine. The crocodile was thrown to the shore. Huoguang was the first to jump onto the shore. Pine. 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 A large number of crocodiles jumped out of the water. The Jin army brought their trophies and rushed out. In the blink of an eye, there were 500 crocodile corpses on the shore. King, the mission is complete. Huoguang said excitedly. Set up camp and eat. Yan Chuan nodded. Yes. The 3,000 embroidered uniform army soldiers quickly got busy. At this moment, the faces of the surrounding 800 cultivators stiffened. Stop to eat and rest again. Don't you know where the woman in white is? Go quickly. What would happen if she left? Although the Xiuzhe were anxious, there was nothing they could do. After all, Yan Chuan still needed to personally ask for the heaven-grade cultivation method. He could only wait. After setting up camp and cooking delicious food, Yan Chuan started to eat in the headquarters tent. Accompanying them were Huoguang, Lu Jin, Zhujiansheng, and the 7 swordsmen. Uncle, there are already more than 800 Qi-Jing warriors, aren't you worried at all? 6 swordsmen asked curiously. What are you worried about? Yan Chuan smiled. You're worried that they'll harm you. 6 swordsmen was confused. Will it? Why not? The 6 swordsmen were puzzled. Because they are not a single entity, I am safer. Yan Chuan laughed. Mutual restraint? The 3 swordsmen asked curiously. Yes. Moreover, if there is any danger, these 800 Qi-Jing warriors will come to your aid. Huoguang also laughed. Ah. Xiao. Just as everyone was talking, a stone suddenly shot into the tent. Dong. The stone hit Yan Chuan's table. Xing. Xing. The group of swordsmen pulled out their swords and looked at the stone in surprise. Yan Chuan looked at the stone and sneered, someone is trying to assassinate me. Who? Huoguang immediately stood up. Chapter 280. Yan Chuan nodded. Huoguang acted as if nothing had happened and walked out of the tent with the wine. Outside the tent, there were many soldiers eating crocodiles. Brothers, the king asked me to give you a toast. Now that we are outside, there is no wine, so we will use meat as a substitute. Ha! Huoguang laughed. Sir. Everyone stood up. Huoguang held the wine cup in one hand and made a strange gesture with the other. The gesture was normal, but all the soldiers' pupils shrank. Long live the king! All the soldiers raised the meat and congratulated. While eating the meat, the soldiers chatted and divided into different groups. Inside the tent. Assassination? Martial uncle, how did you know? Zhujiansheng was surprised. This is a reminder from one of the 800 practitioners. Yan Chuan smiled as he looked at the pebbles on the table. Ah. Who? Zhujiansheng was curious. Who? How would I know? They helped me find out. We just need to be more careful. Yan Chuan laughed. Assassination? What should we do? The 3 swordsmen were worried. What are you worried about? Huoguang is already there. Don't worry about them, let's continue eating. Yan Chuan laughed. Ah. Everyone was confused. Martial uncle is too carefree. Even if someone tries to assassinate him, he won't care. While everyone was eating, Huoguang raised his cup and walked around the 3,000 soldiers. Some of the soldiers disappeared without them noticing. On a hill not far from the main tent, 20 Qi-Jing assassins sent by Wei Chan were all staring at the main tent. Boss, I saw it. Yan Chuan is in the tent. One of them said coldly. There are 800 Qi Jing cultivators outside. There are 8 Day Sex Qi Jing cultivators in the tent. The others are not a problem. The leader said. 8 Day Sex Qi Jing cultivators are not a problem. The main problem is that there are 800 Qi Jing cultivators outside. They are all waiting for Yan Chuan to lead the way. If we assassinate him, won't they be angry? Angry? Whatever, we must complete the mission given by the alliance leader. We must rush into the tent. You 8 block the 8 Day Sex Qi Jing cultivators. The 12 of us will attack at the same time and kill Yan Chuan. Once Yan Chuan is dead, we will retreat. It will be too late to save the 800 cultivators. The leader said. Boss, we will escape after killing Yan Chuan. No one will be able to stop us. Well, since it's confirmed, let's begin immediately. I'll count to 3, and we'll move out together. Yes. Whoosh. 20 black figures instantly shot towards the central tent like 20 sharp arrows. They were so fast that the countless cultivators in the surroundings could not react in time. The 20 assassins arrived in front of the tent and were about to enter. Bang! Suddenly, 500 rays of light shot towards them. 500 shooting sun arrows were aimed at the 20 assassins. Ha! The 20 assassins' faces changed. Bang! The assassins spat out their chi walls one after another, and a powerful aura spread out. Boom! 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 The shooting sun arrows were blocked by the air wall, but the power of the 500 shooting sun arrows was enormous. When they hit the air wall, the speed of the assassins suddenly slowed. Some of the assassins were even knocked back by the force of the shooting sun arrows. Not good. The assassin leader's face changed. Shoot! Bang! Chapter 281. With a clear target, the second volley of 2,000 shooting sun arrows exploded out. 2,000 streams of light, like a meteor shower, fiercely crashed into the air wall of the 20 assassins. Rumble. It was equivalent to a Qi Jing realm cultivator facing 100 shooting sun arrows. Although the power of a Qi Jing realm cultivator was not as strong as a Qi Jing realm cultivator, there were many of them. With the combined power of 100 shooting sun arrows, the power of the shooting sun arrows was comparable to a Qi Jing realm cultivator. The air wall around the 20 assassins shook violently, almost collapsing completely. We've been discovered. Not good. Someone cried out. Let's go. You want to leave? Shoot. Huo Guang shouted again. Pang. This time, there were even more arrows. 3,000 arrows burst out almost at the same time. There were even more arrows and they were even more ferocious than before. 3,000 rays of golden light shot out, bringing with them endless despair. They closed in on the 20 assassins. Originally, they looked down on the essence realm, but now, boom. Ah! The air wall exploded from the impact, and the remaining force of the rain of arrows unscrupulously struck the crowd of cultivators. Bang! Bang! The air wall exploded, and all the Xiuzhe were heavily injured. Their long swords struck the rain of arrows, but there were too many arrows. How could he block all 3,000 arrows at once? Ah! Ah! The assassins were hit by the arrows and fell to the ground. Of the 20 assassins, 5 were dead, and the remaining 15 were covered in arrows. They were all at a loss as they looked at the group of elite realm cultivators in disbelief. Impossible, impossible. The leader said in disbelief. The 20 of them were assassins, yet they were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. I'm in the Qi realm, but they're in the Qi realm. Those guys are only in the essence realm. At this time, no one would sympathize with them. The 800 Qi Jing cultivators who had regained their senses were also glaring at the assassins. It was already merciful that they didn't teach them a lesson, why would they pity them? At the same time, the 800 Qi realm cultivators were also looking at Huo Guang and the others in surprise. These days, the Genie army had only killed 2 or 3 Qi realm beasts, so the cultivators didn't think much of it. At this moment, he finally realized the true power of the Imperial Secret Army. 20 Qi state warriors. Take him down in an instant. Pierce his shoulder blades and tie him up. Huo Guang shouted. Yes. The soldiers replied. In the blink of an eye, 15 Qi Jing cultivators were tied up and brought to the main tent. In the central tent, Yan Chuan was still drinking and eating. Zhujiansheng and the 7 swordsmen looked at the group of Qi Jing warriors kneeling on the ground in confusion. Boss, try slapping me. The 3 swordsmen felt like he was dreaming. Slap. The great swordsman slapped the 3rd swordsman's face. Ouch, you really hit me. The 3 swordsmen's face immediately swelled up. Looking at his palm, the great swordsman said in a deep voice, it hurts quite a bit. Looks like it's not a dream. Boss, I'll fight you to the death. The 3 swordsmen said with grief and indignation. Zhujiansheng looked at Huo Guang in surprise. They are from the Life League. They are all in the Qi state. Are these Qi Jing warriors still the same group of mortals that he met a year ago? With 5 dead, the 15 Qi Jing warriors kneeled in front of Yan Chuan like prisoners. Yan Chuan, you better let me go now. Otherwise, the Life League will kill you like how we killed your father. One of the Qi Jing assassins said viciously. What did you say? Yan Chuan put down a piece of meat and said coldly. I said like how we killed your father. The assassin said again. Shoo. A long spear came from behind and pierced through his heart. It was Huo Guang who killed him with a single spear strike. The 14 assassins who were planning to scare Yan Chuan suddenly changed their expressions. These people are crazy. Chapter 282. After one of the assassins was killed by Huo Guang, the rest of the assassins finally understood their predicament. This group of people did not care about their background. If they were dissatisfied, they would kill them. Tell me, what is the Life Alliance searching for in the Demon Wind Mountain range? Yan Chuan asked calmly. The assassins gritted their teeth and refused to speak. Hee, you still refuse to speak? Yan Chuan sneered. Humph, we'll die if we speak, and we'll die if we don't. The winner takes all. If you want to kill us, just kill us. An assassin said stubbornly. Humph. The assassin snorted. Did I say I'm going to kill you? Yan Chuan asked. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan. Lu Jin, take them away and interrogate them in batches. Keep those who answer truthfully. Kill those who lie. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Lu Jin replied. Are you serious? You won't kill us if we tell you the truth? An assassin suddenly asked hopefully. Apparently, the assassins were no longer so stubborn. Take them away. Lu Jin waved her hand. The assassins were taken out of the tent. Zhujiansheng and the 7 swordsmen looked at this scene blankly. Martial uncle, you're amazing. The 3 swordsmen said in admiration. Don't spoil their mood during the meal. Continue eating. Yan Chuan said with a smile. Okay. Yan Chuan continued eating. When he was done, he drank a cup of tea. 2 hours had passed. Lu Jin entered the tent again. King, they've confessed. These people are really afraid of death. They all confessed. Moreover, their testimonies are the same. It should be true. Lu Jin said with a smile. Oh. Tell me about it. They were sent by Wei Chan, the leader of the Life League. He felt threatened by King and wanted to take action in advance. Lu Jin said in a deep voice. Feel threatened? Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes. That's right. This Wei Qing clearly wants to kill His Majesty. Lu Jin said in a low voice. Got it. Go on. Yan Chuan took a sip of tea. Guyu Holy Sun's 8,000 men are actually searching for 2 people in the Devilish Wind Mountain Range. Lu Jin said. Oh. These are the portraits we found on one of the assassins. Lu Jin handed over 2 portraits. In the portrait, there were 2 ordinary-looking men. Both of them had sideburns and looked very ordinary. Did you find out why you're looking for these 2? Yan Chuan asked curiously. They don't know either. Lu Jin shook her head. At this time, Zhu Jiansheng and the others also looked at the portrait. 6th Martial Uncle. Zhu Jiansheng's expression changed. Do you know him? Yan Chuan asked doubtfully. Senior brother, are you saying that this is 6th Martial Uncle? How is that possible? 6th Martial Uncle is so handsome. He doesn't have a beard. The 3 swordsmen also said in disbelief. Zhu Jiansheng's eyes were filled with uncertainty. After thinking for a while, he looked at Yan Chuan and said, I'm sure that one of the portraits is 6th Martial Uncle because I saw him with my own eyes not long ago. As for the other one, if I'm not wrong, it should be 3rd Martial Uncle. Ah. The 7 swordsmen were confused. Go on. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Not long after the 3,000 men of Ritian Peak underwent the tribulation at the same time, an alarm bell rang in the sect. Do you still remember? Zhu Jiansheng said in a low voice. That's right. At that time, the sect leader was handing over my father's relics to me. Before I could open it, the bell rang and the sect leader left. He came back to see me the next day and said that 2 first-generation disciples went to Demon Wind Mountain Range together. One died and the other returned with injuries. Yan Chuan nodded. The one who died was 6th Martial Uncle. At that time, I heard the bell and went over. I saw it with my own eyes. 6th Martial Uncle looked like this in the portrait. They disguised themselves so that no one could recognize them. But I've seen 6th Martial Uncle dressed like this before. Zhu Jiansheng said in a low voice. Chapter 283. Is it really 6th Martial Uncle? The 3 swordsmen asked in surprise. 6th Martial Uncle died not long after he came back. Before he died, he talked with the sect leader for a while. The sect leader dismissed everyone, but he let us see him one last time before he died. At that time, 6th Martial Uncle died extremely miserably, his entire body releasing bloody blisters, more and more of them popping out, as if there was a flame burning him to death. Sect Master said that it was a curse. Zhu Jiansheng's expression became ugly. Ah. 6th Martial Uncle is really dead? The 3 swordsmen asked in surprise. But the sect leader said that one of them died and the other came back injured. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. No, only 6th Uncle Master and 3rd Uncle Master are still in Demon Wind Mountain Range, but the sect master has instructed us to tell the same story to the public. We have to say that the 2 of them have returned together, and that one is dead and the other is injured. Ah. Guyu Holy Sun and the others are still looking for 3rd Martial Uncle. Everyone's face fell. King, there's another piece of news. The person in the painting is in their encirclement. Someone has found the person in the painting, but he's good at hiding, so they couldn't find him immediately. But the place is surrounded by experts, so it's only a matter of time before they find him. Lu Jin said in a low voice. Then 3rd Martial Uncle is in danger. Everyone's face changed. Martial Uncle, what should we do now? Zhu Jiansheng looked at Yan Chuan anxiously. Yan Chuan frowned and thought for a while. Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen looked at Yan Chuan expectantly. After a while, Yan Chuan said with determination in his eyes, Huo Guang, tell the soldiers to eat and rest for 4 hours. We'll set off in 4 hours. Yes. Huo Guang answered. Thank you, Martial Uncle. The 8 people said gratefully. Since he joined the Day sect, I won't ignore his safety. The same goes for all of you. We'll set off in 4 hours. Adjust yourselves well. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. The 8 of them replied. 4 hours later, Yan Chuan's army escorted 14 assassins and quickly advanced through the forest. The 800 Qi realm warriors were surprised when they saw the army speed up. However, they were happy that Yan Chuan had finally learned his lesson. With 14 assassins leading the way, the journey was rather smooth. The news of the assassins' capture had also reached Guyu Holy Sun 4 hours ago. On the same mountain peak, several subordinates stood respectfully in front of Guyu Holy Sun. He sat on a throne and listened to his subordinates report. 20 Qi state cultivators, they should be from the Life League. The subordinate said respectfully. People from the Life League? So it was Wei Qin who gave the order to assassinate Yan Chuan. 20 Qi realm cultivators trying to kill an elite realm cultivator, yet they were all wiped out. Ha, the Life League is indeed full of trash. One of Guyu Holy Sun's subordinates said disdainfully. The Holy Sun is just using Wei Qin. Why do you care? Mr. Monroe said with a smile. You may leave. Guyu Holy Sun said calmly. Yes. The messenger left immediately. However, as soon as the messenger left, another person ran over. Holy Sun, I found him. I found him. The messenger said excitedly. Phew. Holy Sun stood up immediately. Holy Sun, I found the person in the portrait. The leader of the Life League, Wei Qin, is leading his men too. The messenger said excitedly. Lead the way. Guyu Holy Sun said immediately. Yes. Yan Chuan's army hurried along the way. In just one day, they entered Guyu Holy Sun's search area. Zhujiansheng captured an elite realm cultivator. My king, that person confessed. They found the demon ox's nest in the north. After the demon ox disappeared, no one knew where it went. However, not long ago, someone found the leader and the third uncle. Now, almost all the masters that Guyu Holy Sun brought are gathered there. All the masters above the Qi realm have gone there, and the elite realm masters are still rushing there. Lu Jin said respectfully. The demon ox's nest. Let's go, quickly. Yan Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Nearly 3,000 Genie soldiers and more than 800 Qi realm masters rushed towards the demon ox's nest. The demon ox's nest. It was a huge valley. There used to be a large number of palaces, but now it was a pile of ruins. Several mountains around it had collapsed, indicating that there used to be a fierce battle here. Guyu Holy Sun stood on a high platform, surrounded by many of his subordinates. Mr. Monroe stood behind Guyu Holy Sun. More and more masters gathered around the valley, but most of them were from the Life League. At the bottom of the valley, 2 figures were supporting each other. The leader of Day sect, Feng Tairan. The other was Zhujiansheng's third uncle. However, the beard on his face had disappeared. Feng Tairan and third uncle's faces were black. It was obvious that they had been poisoned. Feng Tairan's mouth was bleeding profusely. He looked coldly at the 5 figures in front of Guyu Holy Sun. The leader of the 5 figures was the leader of the Life League, Wei Qian. Wei Qian reported to Guyu Holy Sun with an ugly expression. Holy Sun, when we heard the news, we were afraid that the 2 of them would run away. We didn't have time to report it, so we came here first. Wei Qian said with an ugly expression. Is that so? Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. It's true. I wouldn't dare to lie to the Holy Sun. It was an emergency. Wei Qian defended himself again. Mr. Monroe said in a low voice, "Emergency. The 5 of you came here together." There were only 2 of them. Did the 5 of you need to come together? Why didn't you leave someone to report to the Holy Sun first? If we didn't get the news, we would still be in the dark. Wenruo, don't slander us. It was an emergency. We only wanted to prevent the 2 of them from running away. What other thoughts did we have? Along the way, the Life League sent half of our men to help the Holy Sun. The 5 of us, the immortal state warriors of the Life League, were all sent out. Wenruo, you. Wei Qian scolded. That's enough. Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. Guyu Holy Sun said. Everyone stopped talking. Guyu ignored them and looked at the 2 people who were supporting each other in the valley. Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu of the Day sect. Guyu Holy Sun said lightly. Greetings, Guyu Holy Sun. The 2 of them said in despair. Are you poisoned? Guyu Holy Sun said lightly. Black venom of the Life League. Duan Sanshu looked at Wei Qian with hatred. I don't care what kind of poison you are poisoned with. Do you know what I want? Guyu Holy Sun looked down at the 2 of them. Holy Sun, if you want to go to that place again, I can give you the map. However, Guyu Holy Sun, please let us go. Duan Sanshu begged. You have no right to negotiate with me. Tell me, where is the seal? Guyu Holy Sun said in a low voice. Chapter 284. Holy Sun, if you want to go to that place again, I can give you the map. However, Guyu Holy Sun, please let us go. Duan Sanshu pleaded. You are not qualified to negotiate with me. Tell me, where is the seal? Guyu Holy Sun asked in a deep voice. Ha ha ha. Cough cough. Ha ha ha. Feng Tairan laughed bitterly as he coughed up blood. Terms. Ha ha ha. Guyu Holy Sun, do you know what happened to the nest of the demonic bull great demon? Feng Tairan sneered. Eh. Guyu Holy Sun looked at Feng Tairan in confusion. The demonic bull great demon is an emptiness realm great demon. It suddenly disappeared because it was subdued a month ago. Not only the demonic bull great demon, all the emptiness realm great demons in the demonic wind mountain range disappeared because they were subdued. Feng Tairan sneered. Subdued? The surrounding cultivators were surprised. Great demons were emptiness realm great demons. Who could subdue them? Not just one, but a group. The demonic beasts in the demonic wind mountain range disappeared one after another. Were they subdued? Oh. Subdued? Who? Guyu Holy Sun asked indifferently. Cough cough. Ha. It's your enemy, Yao Tiansheng. Feng Tairan sneered weakly. Yao Tiansheng. Guyu Holy Sun's pupils shrank. You must have found out why the demonic beasts in the demonic wind mountain range fled. It's because Duan Sanshu and his team broke a seal. The aura emitted from the seal frightened the demonic beasts. The aura that frightened the demonic beasts was an aura that could destroy the world. Humans didn't feel anything, but the demonic beasts felt endless death. Therefore, they fled. Feng Tairan said coldly as he coughed up blood. That aura only appeared for an instant, but it struck deep into the souls of the thousands of demonic beasts. The thousands of demonic beasts don't know where it came from, but they have a rough idea of where it came from. Yao Tiansheng has subdued a group of great demons. Based on their descriptions, we should be able to find the location of the seal very quickly. Feng Tairan said coldly. Yao Tiansheng's team is also growing stronger. Furthermore, they are all emptiness realm experts. The gap between the 2 of you is gradually narrowing. Yao Tiansheng should be able to find the seal very soon. We'll find it soon. Feng Tairan said solemnly. Guyu Holy Sun narrowed his eyes. We're not talking about conditions. We just want a way out. If you don't even give us a way out, why should we tell you where we are? Torture us? Extorting a confession through torture? Huh, bring it on. Duan Sanshu and I are not afraid of this. The longer we wait, the higher the chances of Yao Tianshang obtaining the treasures within the seal. Feng Tairan said as he coughed up blood. Holy Son, this old man is very stubborn. Let me pry open his mouth. Wei Chan said in a low voice. Holy Son, let me do it. My soul-tearing torture can make him suffer so much that he'll wish he was dead. Holy Son, let me do it. I have experience in this area. The subordinates all asked for permission. Mr. Monroe frowned slightly. He took a step forward and said, Holy Son, I think we should forget about it. The Day sect cannot run away. Feng Tairan doesn't dare to tell you the location of the fake seal. Why don't you let them go after they tell you the location? Guyu Holy Son's face darkened as he looked at Mr. Monroe. Chapter 285. Holy Son, this is a win-win situation. Mr. Monroe said again. I don't like being threatened. Guyu Holy Son said in a low voice. Guyu Holy Son's words left Mr. Monroe speechless. He smiled bitterly, nodded, and left. Here, Guyu Holy Son was the most powerful. No one dared to oppose him, regardless of strength or status. Wei Qing immediately stepped forward and said, Holy Son, among my 4 junior brothers, Wei Jia and Wei Yi cultivate the Xian Ming Duo Qi, which can corrode one's soul. Once one is contaminated by the Xian Ming Duo Qi, one will be in agony. No one can withstand this torture. Let them come. Among the 4 people behind Wei Qin, 2 green-faced men walked out respectfully. Looking at the 2 of them, Guyu Holy Son nodded lightly. Yan Chuan's army traveled across mountains and rivers, quickly heading towards the nest of the demon bull Great Demon. In the distance, they saw a large number of cultivators gathered on a mountain peak, looking at a large canyon. Ah! Ah! In the distant canyon, 2 heart-wrenching screams could be heard. It's the sect master's voice. Zhujiansheng's expression changed. Third martial uncle, it's third martial uncle's voice. The 3 swordsmen's expression changed. Hurry, hurry. Yan Chuan urged again. Rumble. The group of cultivators quickly rushed towards the canyon not far away. In the canyon. Guyu Holy Son led everyone to look at the canyon below. Below, Wei Jia and Wei Yi spat out waves of green qi from their palms, enveloping the black-faced Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu. As the green qi enveloped the 2 of them, a layer of frost formed on their bodies, causing them to tremble continuously. Speak, speak quickly. Wei Jia said coldly. Ah! Ha! Ah! The 2 of them cried out in pain and laughed, refusing to speak. Speak, speak quickly. Wei Yi also Jiaohu said. The surrounding experts all frowned as they looked at the 2 of them. The 2 of them were too stubborn. He was already in such a miserable state, but he still refused to say anything. Guyu Holy Son's face darkened. If you still don't speak, I'll freeze and shatter your divine soul. Wei Jia said coldly. However, Duan Sanshu gritted his teeth. Even though he was screaming miserably, he continued to look coldly at Wei Jia, refusing to say anything. You're courting death. Wei Jia's face turned cold, and his palms suddenly emitted bursts of purple light, as if they were about to freeze and shatter Duan Sanshu's spirit soul. Stop! Boom, 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 boom. In an instant, 100 sword lights shot out, heading straight for Wei Jia and Wei Yi. While the 2 of them were distracted, a large amount of sword light had already arrived. Humph! The 2 of them snorted coldly and struck out with their palms. Rumble! The 100 sword lights were shattered with a loud bang. Zhujiansheng and the 7 swordsmen attacked at the same time, but they were easily neutralized by the two. However, this was already enough. At least the two of them could no longer destroy Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu. Bang! Chapter 286. Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu fell to the ground. Both of them were trembling. Rumble. Yan Chuan's army slowly entered the valley. Yan Chuan was the one who shouted, "Stop! Sect Master, how are you? Third Martial Uncle, are you okay?" Zhujiansheng and the 7 swordsmen helped the 2 injured men to their feet. Wei Jia and Wei Yi did not take Yan Chuan seriously at first, but gradually, Yan Chuan's followers increased, and some of them were recognized by the 2 of them. They came from various sects, and there were about 800 overlords standing not far behind Yan Chuan. 800 Qi state cultivators. Wei Jia and Wei Yi's expression changed. The overlords around the valley also frowned as they looked at the huge group of people. Guyu Holy Sun squinted his eyes and stared at Yan Chuan. "Yan Chuan, how dare you come here?" Wei Yi shouted. Yan Chuan looked at Wei Yi coldly and then turned to Guyu Holy Sun. "Guyu Holy Sun, we meet again. I hope I didn't disturb your mood." Yan Chuan said calmly. "Mood? Humph." Guyu Holy Sun snorted. Mr. Monroe looked at them and shouted. Yan Chuan, Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu knew that the Holy Sun was looking for a place, but they did not say anything. They even threatened the Holy Sun. "Hurry up and ask them to tell us the place so that the Holy Sun can be lenient." "Oh." Yan Chuan looked at Feng Tairan. He immediately understood everything. "Yan Chuan, take your men and leave." Guyu Holy Sun said. "Did you hear that? The Holy Sun asked you to scram." Wei Yi shouted. Yan Chuan smiled faintly and didn't back away. Instead, he said, "Guyu Holy Sun didn't make things difficult for me because I helped Guyu Holy Sun destroy Yao Tianshang's sound disaster that day in Liangjing, right?" Guyu Holy Sun's eyes turned cold. He suddenly felt that Yan Chuan did not know what was good for him. "Humph, Yan Chuan, the Holy Sun has already given you the divine due rain that day. The Holy Sun doesn't owe you anything. If you don't scram, don't blame us for being impolite." Wei Qing shouted. "Shut up." Yan Chuan glared at him. You. Wei Qing was scolded by Yan Chuan in front of thousands of cultivators. His face was filled with shame and anger. Guyu Holy Sun's victory against Yao Tianshang is only worth a bottle of divine due rain. Do you dare to say that Guyu Holy Sun's victory is only worth a bottle of divine due rain? Say it again in front of hundreds of cultivators. Yan Chuan shouted. Yan Chuan shouted again, and Wei Qing's face changed. How could the Holy Sun's victory be only worth a bottle of divine due rain? Who would dare to say that? Moreover, there were 800 cultivators behind Yan Chuan and more than 100 sections. Today's matter couldn't be concealed. It would definitely spread. If he dared to say it, Guyu Holy Sun would be the first to chop him in half. You dare. Wei Qing was sweating profusely. You are the one who is bold. Guyu Holy Sun is talking to me. Who are you to interrupt? Can you decide everything on behalf of Guyu Holy Sun? Or did Guyu Holy Sun authorize you to be the spokesperson? Yan Chuan shouted. I didn't. Holy Sun, I just. Wei Qing immediately looked at Guyu Holy Sun, wanting to defend himself. Guyu Holy Sun wasn't stupid. He knew that Yan Chuan was blocking Wei Qing's mouth. He didn't care about Wei Qing. Of course, if Wei Qing didn't dare to speak, the others wouldn't ask for a rebuke. Suddenly, it became a clash between Yan Chuan and Guyu Holy Sun. The 800 cultivators who came with Yan Chuan all looked at Yan Chuan in shock. They didn't expect Yan Chuan to be so bold. Aren't you afraid of death? Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Not long ago, I helped Guyu Holy Sun. A just cause enjoys abundant support, an unjust cause finds little support. Guyu Holy Sun is a righteous person. Naturally, you won't make things difficult for someone who helped you just because of a whim. I didn't offend you. Yan Chuan said with a smile. A just cause enjoys abundant support, an unjust cause finds little support. Yan Chuan's meaning was clear. If you make things difficult for me, you will lose your morals. Moreover, you lost your morals in front of the people of the 100 sects, in front of the people of the world. An ungrateful person. Even if he was still the Holy Sun, he had lost the most important thing. Image, prestige, respect. Behind Guyu Holy Sun, Mr. Monroe took a deep breath. He looked at Yan Chuan in shock. This Yan Chuan was so amazing. With just a few words, he forced Guyu Holy Sun into a corner. I naturally won't make things difficult for you, but you are in my way. Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Chapter 287. Of course, I won't make things difficult for you. But, you're in my way. Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. After Guyu Holy Sun finished speaking, Yan Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Just now, he was asking a tiger for its skin. After all, he was too weak and did not have the qualifications to talk to him. However, this time, he succeeded. At least Guyu Holy Sun would not dare to attack him in front of everyone. Guyu Holy Sun, Yan Chuan does not dare to take credit for the help you provided in Liangjing. These two people are members of the De sect. They owe you an answer. I'll let them give you an answer and use the favor you provided in Liangjing in exchange for Guyu Holy Sun's forgiveness. Let's forget about today's matter, okay? Yan Chuan said again. Guyu Holy Sun narrowed his eyes and a murderous aura overflowed. In Guyu's eyes, forgiving Yan Chuan's offense was already a great favor. Yan Chuan actually dared to negotiate with him. Bastard, you! Wei Chuan cursed again. Halfway through, he saw Yan Chuan's cold gaze and stopped. He looked at Guyu Holy Sun hopefully. Seeing that Guyu Holy Sun was not paying attention to him, he let out a sigh of relief and stopped talking. He only looked at Yan Chuan with a venomous gaze. You want me to let them go? Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Obviously, Guyu Holy Sun was still unwilling. Yan Chuan turned to look at Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu. The two of you, let me make the decision for you. What do you think? Yan Chuan looked at the two of them and said. Duan Sanshu looked at Yan Chuan curiously. Feng Tairan revealed a gratified smile. All right, I'll leave it to you. Feng Tairan said. N. Duan Sanshu nodded. The two of them nodded. Yan Chuan's expression immediately turned solemn. Hua Guang, kill Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu for me. Yan Chuan pointed at Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu and shouted. What? Hua Guang was stunned. Not only was Hua Guang dumbfounded, but Zhujiansheng and the 7 swordsmen were also dumbfounded. The surrounding cultivators and countless experts were all dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, he was speaking up for Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu, and in the blink of an eye, he was going to kill them. You! Duan Sanshu glared at him. Full authority to make decisions. Did that mean that he would kill him? Duan Sanshu was so angry that he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Only Feng Tairan seemed to have understood. Ha 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 ha, kill them, kill them. It's better to die than to be tortured like this. Ha 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 ha. Feng Tairan laughed freely. Martial uncle, what are you doing? You can't kill the sect master. Zhujiansheng suddenly exclaimed. Xing! Xing! The 7 swordsmen also stood in front of Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu, looking at Yan Chuan with vigilance. They have agreed to let me handle them. You guys get out of the way. Hua Guang, kill them. Yan Chuan shouted. Zhijian Sheng, 7 swordsmen, listen to Yan Chuan. Feng Tairan ordered. Zhijian Sheng and the 7 swordsmen were at a loss. The experts of the 100 sects all looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. Even Gu Yu Holy Sun's face changed slightly. Kill 2 people. Was this Yan Chuan crazy? Huo Guang stepped forward with his spear. Zhijian Sheng and the 7 swordsmen were at a loss. Should they stop him? Crazy. Yan Chuan wanted to kill the sect master, but the sect master didn't let them save him and let him kill him. Crazy, are you all crazy, or am I crazy? Zhijian Sheng and the 7 swordsmen's minds were in chaos. Stop! Gu Yu Holy Sun shouted angrily. Turning his head, Yan Chuan looked at Gu Yu Holy Sun again. These 2 people are the scum of my Dai sect. At this moment, they have confessed to me and are ready to let me handle them. I want to kill them on the spot. Holy Sun, do you still want to plead for them? Yan Chuan stared at Gu Yu Holy Sun and said word by word. Chapter 288. The long spear had already reached their chests. As long as Yan Chuan gave the order again, Feng Tairan and Duan San Shu would immediately be beheaded. Gu Yu Holy Sun stared at Yan Chuan with a gloomy face. If it weren't for the people of 100 sects watching him, he would have reached out and pinched Yan Chuan to death. This was no longer a threat, but a coercion. Kill. If Yan Chuan killed the 2 of them, he would never know where the seal was, and Yao Tianshang would get it first. Gu Yu Holy Sun. Yan Chuan called out, doubtfully, again. Yan Chuan's doubts were like a sharp sword that had chosen Gu Yu Holy Sun's heart, forcing Gu Yu Holy Sun to do something. Countless practitioners around gradually understood Yan Chuan's meaning. Put death in a desperate situation and fight to live. Yan Chuan was using a roundabout method to save Feng Tairan and Duan San Shu. Well, according to what you said before, your past kindness is written off. Tell me the place I want. Gu Yu Holy Sun said coldly. This time, Gu Yu Holy Sun's heart was full of depression, as if he was forced to retreat by Yan Chuan in a confrontation with Yan Chuan. The surrounding cultivators also revealed surprised expressions. They didn't expect Gu Yu Holy Sun to actually let go. At this time, he really let go. Mr. Monroe looked at Yan Chuan in amazement. Although it was a short exchange, Yan Chuan's way of speaking was like a battle. First, he used kindness to build an immortal fortress for himself, then he kept probing and attacking, slowly forcing Gu Yu Holy Sun into a corner. Finally, he attacked head-on, using his desire to force Gu Yu Holy Sun to bow. Although everyone had the same feeling, they didn't think it through as thoroughly as Mr. Monroe. In a short time, Yan Chuan's position in Mr. Monroe's heart rose rapidly. Everyone was surprised. Gu Yu Holy Sun compromised. Yan Chuan nodded and said, "Thank you, Gu Yu Holy Sun, for your help." Yan Chuan immediately looked at Feng Tairan and Duan San Shu. Feng Tairan's face revealed a gratified smile. Duan San Shu also finally understood Yan Chuan's intentions, and a kind smile appeared on his face. Duan San Shu pointed at a boulder not far away and said, "Go and lift that boulder." Boom! The 3 swordsmen quickly flipped over the boulder. Immediately, a leather scroll was revealed under the boulder. There was a map on the map. Duan San Shu looked at Gu Yu Holy Sun and said, "The terrain is complicated in the depths of the Demon Wind Mountains. If you're not careful, you'll get lost. This is the map I recorded. The red dot on the map is the place you're looking for." Gu Yu Holy Sun looked at Duan San Shu coldly. He reached out and grabbed the map. Whoosh! The map flew into Gu Yu Holy Sun's hand. He looked at the map carefully. "Don't worry, Gu Yu Holy Sun. If this map is fake, you can bury the Dai sect with you at any time." Duan San Shu said confidently. Gu Yu Holy Sun looked at Duan San Shu below. His face darkened. You wouldn't dare lie to me. If that's the case, then we'll take our leave. Yan Chuan smiled at Gu Yu Holy Sun. Leave? You want to leave? Humph. Wei Yi suddenly snorted. Alliance leader Wei, what do you mean? Gu Yu Holy Sun has agreed to let today's matter go. You want to go against Gu Yu Holy Sun's will? You want to frame the Holy Sun? Yan Chuan said coldly. Humph, the Holy Sun is the Holy Sun, and I am me. The Holy Sun agreed to let you go, but I didn't. My Life League has a grudge with the Day sect. This is a personal grudge. What do you think? Wei Yi sneered. You're shameless. Duan Sanshu cursed. Chapter 289. Yan Chuan looked at Gu Yu Holy Sun. Gu Yu Holy Sun looked on coldly without saying a word. Gu Yu Holy Sun, don't you have anything to say? Yan Chuan looked at Gu Yu Holy Sun and asked. This is a private matter between the Day sect and the Life League. I won't interfere. The people I brought won't interfere either. Gu Yu Holy Sun said coldly. Ha ha ha, did you hear that? Yan Chuan, you only brought so few people from the Day sect this time. Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu are seriously injured. Let's see how you're going to escape today. Wei Chu laughed loudly. Wei Chu's arrogance made many people feel disgusted. The 800 experts who followed Yan Chuan didn't say anything earlier. However, when Yan Chuan and Gu Yu Holy Sun exchanged words, they felt very satisfied. They even put themselves in Yan Chuan's shoes. Especially when Yan Chuan made Gu Yu Holy Sun lower his head. Although the experts' expressions didn't change, their hearts were surging. It was as if they had won against Gu Yu Holy Sun. Wei Chu's arrogance made everyone unhappy. However, no one spoke up to help. They could see that Wei Chu's arrogance was supported by Gu Yu Holy Sun. Although they felt satisfied, no one wanted to offend Gu Yu Holy Sun. They could only watch coldly. Wait! Yan Chuan shouted. What? Any last words? Wei Chu said coldly. Bring them up. Yan Chuan shouted. The 3,000 embroidered uniform army members quickly carried out 14 cloth bags. It seemed like there were people twisting inside. When the cloth bags were opened, the 14 assassins were revealed. Alliance Master, save me, save me. Alliance Master, save me. Save me. The assassins were pleasantly surprised to see Wei Qin. A bunch of trash. Wei Qin said coldly. Alliance Master Wei, I don't want to fight to the death right now. What do you think? Yan Chuan said calmly. Wei Qi's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Humph, you want to use them to threaten me? You're still too inexperienced. Wei Qin's eyes turned cold. Yan Chuan immediately understood Wei Qin's intentions. Since you don't want to save them, then forget it. Kill! Yan Chuan shouted. Yes. SSSS. 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 The spears instantly pierced through the heads of the 14 assassins. Brat, you're courting death. Inside the canyon, Wei Jia and Wei Yi, who had been torturing Feng Tairan, flew into a rage. Let's fight. Disintegrating poison. Duan Sanshu's aura suddenly skyrocketed. He had stimulated the potential of his body by harming himself, erupting with an extraordinary strength. Hong. Duan Sanshu, Wei Jia, and Wei Yi began to fight. The powerful impact immediately set off gusts of wind. Dust and sand were blown up in all directions, and stones were sent flying everywhere. Wei Qin led the Life Alliance's people and coldly watched. Duan Sanshu's reckless fighting style was definitely short-lived. Wei Jia and Wei Yi were more than capable of dealing with him. Yan Chuan's group had to die today. However, wouldn't it be better for them to die in despair? How fierce! Yan Chuan smiled as he looked at Duan Sanshu. Zhijian Sheng, the seven swordsmen, and Feng Tairan all looked at Duan Sanshu anxiously and worriedly. Only Yan Chuan could still smile at this moment. Yan Chuan shook his head and walked towards Feng Tairan. At this moment, Yan Chuan was no longer worried. This was because Yan Chuan had just forced Guyu Holy Sun to say something. This is a private matter between the Dai sect and the Life Alliance. I won't interfere. The others I brought with me won't interfere either. It seemed that Yan Chuan had asked for a rebuff and was humiliated. However, this was a promise that Yan Chuan needed. If Guyu Holy Sun didn't interfere, the others wouldn't interfere either. His opponents were only the Life Alliance's people. Yan Chuan walked towards Feng Tairan. Feng Tairan was still frowning. After all, in Feng Tairan's opinion, they were really done for. Here, the Life Alliance had 6,000 Essence Realm cultivators, 300 Qi Realm cultivators, and 5 God Realm cultivators. They couldn't compare at all. Old Feng. Yan Chuan walked in front of Feng Tairan. I've implicated you this time. Feng Tairan smiled bitterly. No, who said that we would definitely lose? Yan Chuan smiled. Seeing Yan Chuan smile, Feng Tairan's expression changed. However, he looked at Yan Chuan in confusion. Old Duan won't be able to hold on for long. As for you, you definitely won't be able to do anything. However, you have a good foundation. Let me do it. Yan Chuan smiled. Oh. Feng Tairan didn't understand. Condense an essence clone for me to control. I'll deal with them. Yan Chuan smiled. What? Feng Tairan was shocked. Why? Are you worried that I'll control you? Huh, what's there to worry about? If you want to control me, then control me. Feng Tairan said casually. Yan Chuan nodded. He placed his finger between Feng Tairan's eyebrows and the two closed their eyes. Buzz. A large amount of essence qi came out of Feng Tairan's pores. Traces of red essence qi gradually condensed into a figure that looked exactly like Feng Tairan. It was an essence clone. Feng Tairan's essence clone. However, Feng Tairan's eyes were different. It was Yan Chuan's overbearing eyes. Yan Chuan controlled Feng Tairan and reached out his hand to pull out the Jade Emperor sword from Yan Chuan's back. Hiss. Feng Tairan walked in front of everyone. The breeze blew his long hair. He looked at everyone from the Life Alliance with an arrogant expression. Chapter 290. Yan Chuan walked to the front and many people looked at him curiously. The Essence Qi avatar was him and no one could touch it. Who would give themselves to someone else as a puppet? Of course, it was reasonable. After all, it was normal for someone who was about to die to do something out of line. However, so what if an Essence State Warrior could control the Essence Qi avatar of an Immortal State Warrior? How powerful could it be? Boom! With a loud bang, Duan Sanshu fell to the ground like a meteor. Bang! Yan Chuan reached out and caught Duan Sanshu. However, Duan Sanshu was covered in blood and looked like he was about to die. Third Uncle Master. Zhijian Sheng and the others quickly gathered around him. After throwing Duan Sanshu to the others, Yan Chuan looked at Wei Jia and Wei Yi who were in the air. Ha 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 ha, Yan Chuan. Wei Qin laughed madly. Your father is stupid. He knew that he would die if he stayed in the Dai sect. You are even more stupid than your father. Do you think you can defeat an Immortal State Warrior just because you have an Essence Qi avatar? Dream on. Wei Yi scolded. Alliance Master, let me crush this Essence Qi avatar. Ha ha ha. Wei Jia laughed. Whoosh. Wei Jia turned into a ray of light and rushed toward Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan looked at Wei Jia coldly and waved the Jade Emperor sword in his hand. Bang! The Jade Emperor's sword suddenly exploded with hundreds of sword chi. The sword chi rushed out and immediately formed a sword river. With a wave of his sword, the sword chi turned into a river. Ah! Boom! Wei Jia was shocked and quickly attacked with his sword, but it was still blocked by Yan Chuan. Wei Jia was too careless, but he couldn't lose so quickly. Those who didn't think Yan Chuan would win suddenly became spirited. Wei Yi's face darkened and Gu Yu Holy Sun looked gloomy. Is that all? Life League? Here I come. Yan Chuan sneered. The tip of the Jade Emperor's sword was pressed against the ground. Yan Chuan stepped forward and dragged his sword across the ground, leaving behind a sword mark that emitted an ear-piercing sound. Wei Jia's face humph. Wei Jia changed the Jade Emperor sword Chi Avatar and Gu Yu Holy Sun. The sword techniques of the Life League are only so. Yan Chuan sneered. Buzz. Yan Chuan's sword pierced out. As it pierced out, the Jade Emperor's sword trembled incessantly. Boom! The two swordses, Wei Yi Chuan, Wei. Then, Wei Jia and Gu, Wei Yi Chuan again. Impossible. Wei Jia unleashed his aura and crashed into Yan Chuan, instantly dodging the sword. Sword 5. The Jade Emperor's sword immediately emitted a dazzling red light. Clang! Clang! Sword to San. Sword, Yan Chuan's sword was faster and faster than the previous one, like a talisman that hastened Wei Jia's death. Wei Jia was forced to retreat by Yan Chuan and couldn't fight back at all. Impossible. Impossible. Bang! Wei Jia's Taoist bun was broken by Yan Chuan, and he was in a dangerous situation. Chapter 291. Yan Chuan brat, don't be so arrogant. Wei Yi shouted from high up in the sky as he dove down. Sand and pebbles were flying at a low altitude, and smoke and dust were rising everywhere. The shadows of the three people could be vaguely seen. Clink. 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 When the swords clashed, thousands of sword chi soared into the sky. Sword 13. Xianming Qi. Jian 14. Ah, my arm. The voice that came out from the smoke and dust made everyone look surprised. From the beginning to the end, Yan Chuan's voice was filled with calmness, but Wei Jia and Wei Yi were getting more and more anxious. Senior brother, quick, save me. Wei Jia's cry of alarm came from the smoke. How could that be? Wei Bing, Wei Ding, you two go and help. Wei Qin's expression was unsightly as he called out to the two deities beside him. Sword 15. Ah! Wei Jia let out a miserable shriek and soared into the sky. Boom! A gust of wind blew past, blowing away the smoke and dust. Xing! In the valley, Yan Chuan's Jade Emperor's sword had already turned red. He slashed Wei Yi from head to toe. Boom! Wei Yi was chopped in half in disbelief. His internal organs burst out, splattering all over the ground. However, there was no blood. It was as if all the blood had been sucked out. Half of his body fell to the ground. Even in death, he could not believe that this was real. His eyes were wide open, and he died with remaining grievances. Junior brother. Senior brother. Wei Che, Wei Bing, and Wei Ding exclaimed in shock. Countless experts in the surroundings felt their hair stand on end. This was because after Yan Chuan killed Wei Yi, his expression was still as indifferent as ever. He turned around and walked back to the Day Sex team. His expression didn't change much. What about Wei Jia? Everyone looked up. Wei Jia, who was in the air, began to descend. While falling, his body was also split in half. There was no blood, only a large amount of internal organs spilling out. He refused to believe that he had been killed like this. Boom! Wei Jia's corpse fell to the ground. His death was extremely tragic. Yan Chuan alone killed 2 God Realm warriors in the blink of an eye. Countless experts in the surroundings felt their scalps go numb. The son of Blood Devil Yen Tao. He is also a Blood Devil. Is he really in the Essence Realm? Yan Chuan. The 800 Qi Jing cultivators who followed Yan Chuan all felt a chill in their hearts. This kid was also a ruthless character. Guyu Holy Sun's face was terrifyingly gloomy, but he had been eliminated just now. He felt even more depressed. Thousands of disciples of the Life League grabbed their swords and looked at the canyon with ghastly expressions. They wanted to rush down but no one dared to. In front of Yan Chuan, 2 God Realm martial artists were slaughtered like pigs and dogs. If he went down, he would definitely be courting death. Alliance Master. Wei Bing and Wei Ding's expressions turned ugly. Wei Che didn't give any more orders. The look in his eyes changed constantly as he stared coldly at Yan Chuan below. Guyu Holy Sun, thank you for what you did today. We will also take our leave. Yan Chuan said to Guyu Holy Sun with a smile. Chapter 292. As he spoke, he waved his hand and a cloud formed from water vapor carried Yan Chuan and Feng Tyran's true bodies. Then, he quickly led everyone out of the valley. Yan Chuan had become famous after this battle. At this moment, no one from the Life League dared to stop him. Yan Chuan swaggered out, leaving behind a group of experts in the canyon. It was as if Yan Chuan's group was the only victor, leaving behind only the losers. Guyu Holy Sun's face was gloomy, but he didn't have any excuse to stop them. He just looked on coldly. He watched the 3,000 people slowly leave. Holy Sun, Yan Chuan's reaction speed is too fast. It's the same as Yan Tao's. No, it's better than Yan Tao's. At least, when Yan Tao was in the Essence Realm, his reaction speed couldn't be as fast as a Divine Realm expert. A man in purple said to Guyu Holy Sun. I know. Guyu Holy Sun said coldly. Yan Chuan's departure means that Feng Tyran's Essence Chi avatar can't hold on for much longer. The man in purple said again. His voice wasn't soft, as if he was saying it on purpose for Wei Chan to hear. Yes, he's leaving now. Feng Tyran's Essence Chi avatar can't hold on for much longer. Wei Chan's expression changed. Guyu Holy Sun looked at the man in purple with satisfaction. Alright, we've found the place. Let's go to the sealed place now. Guyu Holy Sun said in a deep voice. Yes. Everyone nodded in response. Holy Sun, I'll make some arrangements. Wei Chan said. Wei Bing, Wei Ding, Feng Tyran and Duan San Shu can't hold on for much longer. Their Essence Chi avatars can't hold on for much longer. I order you to take 6,000 Essence Realm disciples and 300 Chi Realm disciples to kill Yan Chuan. If he's alive, I want to see his corpse. Wei Chan said in a deep voice. Yes, Alliance Leader. Wei Bing and Wei Ding replied. Yan Chuan was already so terrifying. He couldn't be allowed to grow any further. Otherwise, he would become the Life League's nightmare in the future. Hearing Wei Yi's order, Guyu Holy Sun felt a little better. Go. Guyu Holy Sun said in a deep voice. As he stepped forward, a white cloud appeared beneath his feet, carrying everyone into the sky. Similarly, a large number of powerhouses followed the white cloud into the depths of the Demon Wind mountain range. Wei Qi followed closely behind Guyu Holy Sun. After Guyu Holy Sun left, the 800 Qi Jing fighters who had been following Yan Chuan were now divided into 2 groups. Some people gave up on following Yan Chuan and chased after Guyu Holy Sun. However, some people were still following them, but they were not as close as before. Instead, they were following them from afar. After all, Yan Chuan might be able to kill them. Order all disciples to keep an eye on Yan Chuan. Once Feng Tairan is dead, we will avenge your two martial ancestors. Wei Bing shouted. Avenge our martial ancestors. A group of Life League disciples shouted. Yan Chuan's army quickly left the demonic bull Great Demon's nest. Not long after they left, Yan Chuan stopped controlling the Essence Qi clone. The Essence Qi clone turned into Essence Qi and entered Feng Tairan's body again. Feng Tairan's poison had deepened. His face was so black that it was impossible to see his face clearly. Ha ha ha, cough cough. Yan Chuan, I was right about you. Feng Tairan was being carried, but he was excited. Old Feng, close your eyes. I'll help you expel the poison. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. It's useless. This is the black poison of the Life League. There's no antidote. Although Feng Tairan didn't believe it, he still followed Yan Chuan's instructions. It's just a small poison. I can still detoxify it. Yan Chuan waved his left hand and covered it with his sleeve. Suddenly, an emerald green vine appeared on his left wrist. The vine pressed against Feng Tairan's forehead. Suddenly, the black gas was sucked out by the vine. Feng Tairan was surprised. Feng Tairan felt that the black poison in his body was constantly being extracted. Half an hour later. Phew! Yan Chuan let out a long breath and kept the poisonous vine. Feng Tairan's face was no longer black. Instead, it had turned blood red. My poison? The poison is gone. How is that possible? Feng Tairan was surprised. I have removed the poison from your body. However, the poison has damaged your nerves and meridians. It is not something that can be recovered in a short period of time. Moreover, you have injured your foundation this time. You will need to rest for a long period of time before you can recover. Yan Chuan shook his head. The poison is detoxified. Everything is easy. Feng Tairan laughed. Sect leader, you're fine. That's great. The three swordsmen were pleasantly surprised. Martial uncle, you were really awesome just now. Too awesome. The four swordsmen were also excited. Not only the four swordsmen, almost everyone was in a state of excitement. Yan Chuan's miraculous abilities had completely conquered everyone. Alright, let me check on Duan Sanshu. He's dying. Chapter 293. Below a waterfall in the Demon Wind Mountain Range. Yan Chuan brought everyone to a stop in front of a deep pool. Martial uncle, this is the bottom of the pool. It leads to the Black Dragon Pool, said the four swordsmen. Yes. Thanks to Martial Uncle's thoughtfulness, we have a way out. Now that everyone from the Life League is surrounding us, we can't escape anywhere else. The six swordsmen sighed. Yan Chuan nodded and looked at Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu. The two of them were extremely weak, especially Duan Sanshu. His face was extremely ugly, and his body was covered in blood. Zhujian Sheng, 7 swordsmen, remember, the heavy responsibility of escorting Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu back to the Dai sect. You must bring them back to the Dai sect to recuperate. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Martial Uncle, don't worry. The 8 answered. Go back. I can't go back. I'm cursed. I can't leave the Demon Wind Mountain Range. Duan Sanshu said weakly. You'll only be waiting for death if you stay here, so you must return to the Dai sect. As for your curse, I have a way, but I don't know if you're willing to accept it. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. Curses are actually used on living things, but they can't be used on dead things. As long as you're dead, the curse will be useless. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Ah. Everyone was puzzled. What I mean is, let you fake your death, seal all your major acupoints, and then consume the drunken death grass. Guyu and the others have gone to the sealed area. Once the seal is broken, the curse will automatically be lifted. At that time, we can wake you up. Yan Chuan thought about it and said. Right, drunken death grass. My master planted one. Zhu Jiansheng's eyes lit up. Ha ha ha. Duan Sanshu smiled weakly and nodded. After all, Duan Sanshu had thought that there was no hope at all. Now that there was hope, Duan Sanshu was naturally delighted. Hua Guang. Yan Chuan looked at Hua Guang and Lu Jin. Present. I'll give you a mission now. The Life Alliance has sent out all of their immortal state warriors. At most, they only have 100 Qi state and 4,000 elite state disciples. I want you to lead the First Legion and annihilate the Life Alliance. Uproot them. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Uprooted? Martial Uncle, Hua Guang and the others are all in the Essence Realm. The Life Moon League has 100 Qi Realm and 4,000 Essence Realm cultivators. How could Hua Guang and the others accomplish that? Zhu Jiansheng said in surprise. The art of war is deceitful. It's not like we're going to meet force with force. If you can't even deal with this little bit of power, how can you be my First Legion? Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. Don't worry. The First Legion will complete the mission. Hua Guang immediately promised. Good. Go and reorganize the army first. We'll leave immediately. Yes. Hua Guang went to greet the soldiers. Yan Chuan looked at Zhu Jiansheng and said, after escorting Feng Tairan and the others back to the sect, if you have nothing else to do, follow Hua Guang and have a look. But try not to interfere. Yes, we will. Zhu Jiansheng immediately said. Obviously, he wanted Zhu Jiansheng and the others to take care of Hua Guang. Zhu Jiansheng naturally agreed. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Are you not going back with us? Lu Jin's expression suddenly changed. Ah. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. I'm not going back. I still need to find someone. Yan Chuan shook his head. You still need to find someone. The woman in white. Martial Uncle, you're in danger. The three swordsmen immediately shouted. Don't try to persuade me. Yan Chuan shook his head. At this moment, even if the sky fell down, Yan Chuan would not leave. Chapter 294. Then, let's stay and protect Martial Uncle. The four swordsmen shouted. No need. I'm a small target by myself. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yan Chuan shook his head. But. Everyone was anxious. Say no more. I've made up my mind. Yan Chuan shook his head. But, everyone looked at Yan Chuan and didn't know what to say. King, old slave, stay. This is an order. Everyone must leave. Yan Chuan said. Yes. Lu Jin said with a complicated expression. Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu looked at Yan Chuan weakly. They knew that they couldn't persuade him and could only sigh. Oh, right. Duan Sanshu suddenly said. Martial nephew, open my shoe. Duan Sanshu said to the four swordsmen. Oh. Duan Sanshu opened the shoe and revealed a scroll. This is. The four swordsmen were surprised. The map of the sealed land. I drew 2 copies. You can keep this one in case you need it. Duan Sanshu said with a smile. Yan Chuan took the map and nodded. Whoosh! The waterfall fell. Yan Chuan stood on the shore and watched everyone enter the deep pool. They followed the pool and left the demonic wind mountain range. After everyone left, Yan Chuan's expression turned serious. He tightened his belt and rushed to a mountain peak with the Jade Emperor sword on his back and looked down. Standing on the mountain peak, he could vaguely see the Life League's disciples in the distance. The Life League's Taoist robes were unique. There was a moon on the chest and a sun on the back. Therefore, Yan Chuan recognized them at a glance. Yan Chuan touched the Jade Emperor sword and said with narrowed eyes, "Huo Guang and the others have left, but this place can't be exposed. Jade Emperor, it's up to us now. If we want to divert the Life League's attention, we can only kill." Buzz. The Jade Emperor's sword trembled violently as if it was happy about Yan Chuan's decision. "Let's start the massacre." Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold as he rushed down the mountain. 8 disciples of the Life League were searching around. "Not here. Senior brother, there's nothing here either." "Humph, they won't be able to escape. There are so many of them, and they have already been completely surrounded by us. Find them for me. The first person to discover Yan Chuan's group will be rewarded with 500 spirit stones." "Yes. Looking for me?" Yan Chuan's voice suddenly sounded. The 8 of them were slightly stunned. "It's just Yan Chuan." The Alliance Master said that Yan Chuan is at the 3rd level of the Essence Realm. "Let's attack together and take down Yan Chuan. The Alliance Master will reward us handsomely." Someone said in surprise. "Take him down." Everyone rushed over. "You overestimate yourself." Yan Chuan sneered. With a wave of the Jade Emperor's sword, Yan Chuan stepped forward to meet them head-on. The Jade Emperor's sword danced in the air, and the sky was filled with sword shadows. SSSS. SSSS. Clang. SSSS. Ah. The 8 of them fell to the ground at the same time, their eyes filled with disbelief. There was a fatal wound on each of their bodies. At the same time, the 8 of them, who were originally full of blood, were now pale and bloodless. All the blood in their bodies had been sucked out by the Jade Emperor's sword. This is just the beginning. Yan Chuan coldly stepped over the 8 corpses and shot into the distance. Yan Chuan followed the map given by Duan Sanshu and headed deep into the Demon Wind Mountain range. He killed all the disciples of the Life League who were searching for him. In a valley in the Demon Wind Mountain range, Wei Bing and Wei Ding were listening to the report of 2 disciples. "Martial uncles, it's been 5 days and another 20 have died. There are already more than 100 people. Yan Chuan has already killed more than 100 of our disciples," a Qi Jing expert said with an ugly expression. Chapter 295. Moreover, every disciple who was killed turned into a dried corpse. They died a horrible death. Find, you must find them." Wei Bing shouted. Yes. Hurry up and go." Wei Ding shouted. Yes. The 2 disciples left quickly. Wei Bing and Wei Ding looked gloomy. Yan Chuan alone. He killed more than 100 of us in the Essence State in 5 days. We can't let him walk out of the Demon Wind Mountain range. The Alliance Master is right. If Yan Chuan doesn't die, the Life Alliance will never have a day of peace. Wei Bing said with a gloomy face. Most importantly, Yan Chuan is very cunning. He avoided all the disciples in the Qi state and only killed those in the Essence state. Wei Ding said with a pale face. He's going to die. The people of the Great River sect have disappeared. So what if they disappeared? Yan Chuan's death is enough. We have 6,000 disciples. Let's see how he's going to kill them all. Yan Chuan headed north. The disciples of the Life League kept encircling him. The outer sect disciples who followed Yan Chuan's army gradually got the news. 2 white-robed swordsmen stood at the top of a mountain. 300 people. Yan Chuan has killed 300 people alone. His father is the blood demon. He is also a monster. 300 people, all of them in the same level. He killed them all and drew their blood. This Yan Chuan is too powerful. But it doesn't matter. Yan Chuan didn't meet any Qi state masters. Let's keep watching. Another canyon. Yan Chuan, let's see where you can run to this time. Send the signal. A disciple of the Life League shouted. Yes, uncle. 10 or so disciples in the essence state answered. Whoosh! A light like fireworks shot up to the sky. Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. He turned his wrist and the Jade Emperor sword rushed into the crowd. Sword light shot out in all directions. Die. Ci. Ah. Yan Chuan's sword was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he had already killed 5 people at the elite state. You are courting death. The Qi Jing leader's face darkened as he swung his sword towards Yan Chuan. Clang! The two swords collided, and a large amount of sword qi burst out. Boom! After all, Yan Chuan was only in the essence realm, so he was sent flying. However, there were 3 essence stage Life League disciples in the direction he was flying in. Die! 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 The Jade Emperor's sword took advantage of the momentum and swung out. Under 3 streaks of sword light, another 3 Life League disciples died on the spot. Bastard! The Qi Jing fighter shouted as he swung his sword again. Dozens of sword qi flew towards Yan Chuan. Dang dang dang! Yan Chuan quickly blocked the sword qi. Qi! A beam of sword qi tore open Yan Chuan's sleeve. However, Yan Chuan still managed to dodge it. Yan Chuan didn't fight the Qi Jing fighters head-on. Instead, he attacked the remaining essence stage disciples. Martial uncle, help! A few essence stage disciples shouted in fear. Help! No one can save you. Kill! The crazy Yan Chuan swung the Jade Emperor's sword viciously. With Yan Chuan's sword skills, these essence stage disciples were no match for him. The difference in cultivation level wasn't big, so he could kill them with one strike. You are courting death. The Qi Jing fighter was about to go crazy. He raised his sword and charged towards Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan stared at the Qi Jing fighter and raised his sword. Yan Chuan's sword skills were extremely fast. In a flash, the Qi Jing fighter's sword qi was cut open. Under the Qi Jing fighter's control, the sword qi flew towards Yan Chuan's body. Qi! Yan Chuan's skin was cut open, but the Qi Jing fighter was also cut open. Their wounds were about the same, but the Jade Emperor's sword sucked blood. Ah! The Qi Jing fighter screamed in pain and quickly dodged. Yan Chuan covered his wound and said regretfully, "Too bad, it only cut open my skin." Xiao! Yan Chuan ran towards the forest. The Qi Jing fighter covered his wound with his pale face. He looked at Yan Chuan running away, but he didn't chase after him. Soon, a large number of Life League disciples gathered. He ran in that direction, "Tell everyone to chase after him." The Qi Jing fighter shouted. Chapter 296. Super Yan Chuan in a forest. Qi. Yan Chuan killed another disciple of the Life League. Yan Chuan did not know how many people he had killed. His clothes were tattered and there were sword scars on his body. However, with Yan Chuan's ability, these scars would disappear soon. The Jade Emperor's sword was bright red and energy poured into Yan Chuan's body. Jade Emperor sword. Putting aside the evil aura, killing people can also increase my cultivation. Ha! Yan Chuan sighed. Releasing the evil energy in his body, Yan Chuan's body glowed red. Another breakthrough. Ha! At this time. Looks like I have to find a quiet place. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. Whoosh! Yan Chuan shot into the forest, leaving behind a pile of dried corpses. After Yan Chuan left, a group of people quickly arrived. The disciples of the Life League had ugly expressions on their faces. The news spread quickly. In a valley, a few outer sect disciples were telling each other the news they had gathered. Yan Chuan is really crazy. 600 people in the elite state. That's terrifying. He killed 600 people with the same cultivation. 600 people in the elite state are nothing. I heard that during this period of time, 8 Qi Jing experts were also injured by Yan Chuan. Everyone was silent for a while. Crazy. Finally, someone could not help but say. If I had just started cultivating, would have worshipped him as my master. He's too fierce. Yes, I would be satisfied as long as he is half as fierce as he is. As long as Yan Chuan walks out of the Demon Wind Mountain range alive, his name will be known throughout the world. Senior brother, are we still following him? Of course, why not? Even if we can't get the heaven-class cultivation technique, we can still witness a legend. Even if he falls soon, we won't be lonely in the Demon Wind Mountain range this time. Okay, let's follow him. At this moment, Yan Chuan was like a magnet, attracting the gazes of countless practitioners. Of course, the most important thing was still the disciples of the Life Alliance. At the peak of a mountain, the 5 Qi Jing warriors carried their swords on their backs and looked into the distance. Master, martial uncle, we found him. We found Yan Chuan's whereabouts again. Someone quickly ran over. You found it? The 5 Qi Jing warriors' faces darkened. Yan Chuan's ferocity during this period of time had already made a group of experts somewhat fearful. Yes, he's in a valley up ahead. He seems to be adjusting his breathing. Regulating breathing. Yes, master, what should we do now? Are we going to kill them? No. Then what should we do? Don't disturb Yan Chuan. Inform everyone and gather all the disciples of the Life League. This time, we must take him down. Yes. But what if Yan Chuan escapes? We'll set up the Sun-Moon Cycle Grand Formation outside, allowing entry but not exit. Trap him there and wait for our reinforcements to arrive. Then, we'll attack with all our might. Yes. A few days later. The valley where Yan Chuan was located was filled with white fog. It was obvious that the Sun-Moon Cycle Grand Formation had been set up, trapping Yan Chuan within. Outside the Grand Formation, more and more disciples of the Life League gathered. At this moment, there were close to 200 second-generation Qi Jing disciples, and close to 4,000 third-generation Qi Jing disciples. The 200 Qi Jing disciples looked at each other and finally looked at a bald man. Chapter 297. Senior brother, the 2 martial uncles should still be on their way here. Now that we have so many people attacking Yan Chuan, can we make a move now? The bald man squinted his eyes and said, absolutely. With so many of us, even if we just stand there and let him kill us, he will be exhausted. If we don't make a move now, how can we face our fellow cultivators in the future? Yes. Enter the formation and kill Yan Chuan. Yes. 200 Qi Realm and 4,000 Essence Realm cultivators roared as they stepped into the white fog and headed towards the valley where Yan Chuan was. In the valley, Yan Chuan sat cross-legged under a tree. His breathing was steady and his face was calm. His hands were placed on his knees, forming the lotus hand seal. Boom! Yan Chuan's body suddenly let out a muffled sound. Phew! 4th level of the Essence Realm? Yan Chuan asked calmly. Buzz! The Jade Emperor sword that was stabbed into the ground shook violently as a warning. Yan Chuan slowly opened his eyes. The Jade Emperor sword stopped shaking as soon as he opened his eyes. Yan Chuan stood up slowly and looked around. Above the valley, there were many Life League disciples. Thousands of people surrounded Yan Chuan from all directions. Yan Chuan looked around and saw that all of the Life League's disciples were holding their long swords tightly, looking at him nervously and seriously. Xing. Yan Chuan pulled out the Jade Emperor's sword and looked at the thousands of people around him. Yan Chuan, you can't run away. A second-generation disciple of the Life League shouted. No one can save you. This time, you are dead. There is still our formation outside. You have nowhere to run. Break your own meridians, and I will consider leaving your corpse intact. Many Qi realm cultivators kept on talking as if they were looking at a dead body. Yan Chuan sneered and said, You think you can stop me? Your swordsmanship is good, but you're only in the essence realm. Only in the essence realm. A bald man said coldly. Then, what if I'm in the Qi state? Yan Chuan smiled. Qi realm? The Life League's disciples were shocked. Don't listen to his nonsense. He must be in the profound state. As long as his cultivation is higher than 2 levels, he can see through his opponent's cultivation. Martial Uncle is in the immortal state, so he can see through his opponent's cultivation. Yan Chuan is at LV3 of the profound state. A Qi Jing expert said. Humph. Yan Chuan, don't struggle anymore. You're dead for sure. The group of experts composed themselves one after another. Really? I'm not talking about the current state. Yan Chuan laughed. Humph, don't listen to his nonsense. Kill for me. The bald man shouted. Kill. Many cultivators charged down from the surrounding mountain peaks. Close to 4,000 elite realm warriors, even if you were to chop them down, you would still be able to chop them down until your hands went numb. Yan Chuan closed his eyes slightly in the face of the 4,000 cultivators charging at him. He released the evil energy that the Jade Emperor's sword had imbued into him. Plop. 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 Yan Chuan's heart was beating faster and faster. In the blink of an eye, it had doubled in size. Boom. Yan Chuan's tattered clothes suddenly fluttered despite the lack of wind. A powerful aura gushed out from Yan Chuan's body. Who? Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Not only was her hair fluttering in the wind, but it was also growing longer and turning red. Rumble. All of a sudden, a large amount of red aura appeared around Yan Chuan. The aura turned into a storm and quickly revolved around Yan Chuan. Rumble. Sand and pebbles were sent flying in all directions, and for a moment, a violent storm was stirred up, and an extremely evil aura was emitted. For a moment, Yan Chuan seemed to have turned into a red demon, which made the disciples of the Life League change their expressions and stop in their tracks. Chapter 298. Rumble. Yan Chuan's aura continued to rise. The violent aura formed a whirlwind that blew towards the surrounding peaks. Blood Devil Yan Tao. No, Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan can also turn into a Blood Devil. Blood Devil? It's really a Blood Devil. The disciples of the Four Moons Alliance exclaimed. Qi state. This is the aura of the Qi state. It's really the Qi state. Someone exclaimed. As for Yan Chuan, he was currently in a state of extreme excitement. His blood was boiling and making a gurgling sound. Yan Chuan could feel the power that his blood was giving him. Not enough. Not enough. I'm not completely excited yet. Yan Chuan's aura grew stronger and stronger. What are you afraid of? Kill him. No matter what kind of demon he turns into, he's only one person. Why should we be afraid of him? Kill. Kill. The surrounding overlords gathered their courage and charged forward with their swords. Soon, Yan Chuan was surrounded in the center. Buzz. Yan Chuan suddenly opened his eyes. A red light immediately gushed out from his eyes. The person standing in front of Yan Chuan suddenly stopped and looked at Yan Chuan's eyes in horror. Yan Chuan's eyes were blood red. Under the blood-red eyes, there was an evil aura that no one had ever seen before. It was an evil aura. You. Just looking at those eyes was enough to make one's heart skip a beat. Yan Chuan, who was surrounded by the blood-red storm, suddenly let out an evil smile. Blood-red eyes? Super theurgy. So I'm Super Yan Chuan. What a great feeling. I like this feeling. Ha 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 ha. Yan Chuan's personality changed drastically. Although he was rational, he was no longer the reserved person he used to be. More than 4,000 people. If you want to die, so be it. Ha ha ha. Yan Chuan laughed and rushed into the crowd. CI. The Jade Emperor's sword danced, and immediately, blood-red sword chi shot out. Yan Chuan's speed was extremely fast, so fast that in many people's eyes, he was only a shadow. In the blink of an eye, he charged into the crowd. SSSS. 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 Their swords danced as more and more people surrounded Yan Chuan. More and more disciples rushed over without any regard for their lives. It was as if they had formed a huge human pile, trapping Yan Chuan in the center. Attack together and kill him. Kill. Roar. Yan Chuan let out a loud roar. Close to 100 practitioners were sent flying by an extremely huge force. It was as if there was a huge explosion. Close to 100 practitioners soared into the sky together. It was as if the sky was filled with flowers, and the rain was sprinkling down. Ah! Help! CI. Hundreds of sword chi soared into the sky and instantly, close to 100 practitioners were cut in half. Only a few screams were left before they were completely killed. Bang! A large number of broken limbs fell down, but Yan Chuan did not care about them. Instead, he rushed towards another group of people and killed them. He was like a meat grinder as he rushed towards the crowd. Suddenly, broken limbs filled the sky. Not good, everyone in the Qi realm, attack together, quick! The bald man shouted. Kill! Close to 200 Qi realm practitioners raised their swords and rushed towards Yan Chuan. However, Yan Chuan did not even bother to fight with them. Instead, he continued to kill the group of Qi realm practitioners. Now that Yan Chuan had reached the Qi realm, his speed was not any slower than the other Qi realm practitioners. Therefore, the group of Qi realm practitioners chased after him. Yan Chuan was in the midst of hunting down elite realm experts. As the Qi realm practitioners were killed, the Jade Emperor's sword absorbed a large amount of blood chi for him. It was as if the previous slaughter did not consume any blood chi at all. Kill! 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 Wherever Yan Chuan went, the sky was filled with dismembered corpses. Everywhere he went, there was no one who did not cry for their parents. Blood demon is here. Help! Master, save me! Don't kill me, ah! Inside the Sun-Moon Samsara Grand Formation. An unprecedented massacre began. Chapter 299. Inside the Sun-Moon Samsara Formation. At the peak of a mountain, Yan Chuan's blood-red hair danced in the wind. He was surrounded by a bloody aura as he held the Jade Emperor sword in his hand. He looked like a demon from hell as he stared at the terrified Life League disciples below the mountain. It had been 2 hours, and there were already 1,500 Essence Realm cultivators that had died under Yan Chuan's sword. 10 Qi Realm cultivators had also been killed by Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan was like a meat grinder. Wherever he went, there was only death. However, under the joint attack of the Qi Realm cultivators, Yan Chuan's arm was cut open. This was the only wound left after killing the 15,000 Sun-Moon Alliance disciples. As some blood flowed out, Yan Chuan looked at his wound. He was not angry. Instead, he revealed an evil smile. He placed the wound in front of him and stuck out his tongue to lick the blood on the wound. The evil light in his eyes became even more intense. Although he was still rational, his nature had become extremely evil. Licking blood was something that Yan Chuan would never do before he demonized. However, he did it now, and he seemed to enjoy it. The evil smile, the evil look in his eyes, and the scene of him licking blood caused the Life League disciples to be terrified. Everyone felt their scalps go numb. What kind of monster is this? Twisting his neck, Yan Chuan laughed, the game has just begun. Let's continue. Ha ha ha. You, Yan Chuan, what are you doing? A Qi realm cultivator said with his scalp numb. Game. Have you forgotten? Either you kill me, or I kill all of you. Come and kill me, I'm coming. Yan Chuan said with a ferocious face. Xiao. Turning into a bloody light, Yan Chuan dove down towards the crowd of cultivators. Ah! Save me! The Essence Realm cultivators all ran away in fear. Run! The game is not over yet, and you want to run? Leave all of them behind. My Jade Emperor loves your blood. Ha ha ha. Shoo! Shoo! It was a one-sided massacre. Yan Chuan continuously killed elite realms. Everyone, let's attack together. The Sun and Moon reincarnation spell formation can only be entered but not exited. Yan Chuan has already killed all of the elite realm experts, so now it's time for us to attack. If we don't join forces now, we will be slaughtered by him. If we can injure him once, we can continue to injure him. Kill! Kill! The cruel slaughter continued. Yan Chuan was like the Grim Reaper. Wherever he passed, corpses and organs flew everywhere. Help! The elite realms cried and fled in all directions. However, after Yan Chuan transformed into a devil, he became more and more excited and happy as he killed. Kill, 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 kill. Only by killing could he vent the joy in his heart. Outside the Sun-Moon Samsara formation. The disciples of the Life League rushed into the formation from all directions. They had no idea that what awaited them was the despair of death. More and more outer sect disciples gathered around, but they didn't rush in. Instead, they stood outside and watched. It's been 4 hours. I wonder what's going on inside. 4,800 people have already gone in to kill Yan Chuan. There's only Yan Chuan inside. He must be dead. More than 4,000 elite realms and 200 Qi realms. Why hasn't he come out yet? Yan Chuan is only in the elite realm. He should be dead by now. I wonder if Yan Chuan can escape. I don't think so. Yan Chuan is doomed. Chapter 300. The outer sect disciples were all waiting for the result. Humans have a common trait of sympathizing with the weak. They all sighed for Yan Chuan. But no one knew that the situation inside the array was not what they had imagined. After Yan Chuan turned into a demon, he killed everyone. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours. He killed from morning to night. The disciples of the Life League had not come out yet. Countless experts from the outer sect were puzzled. What was going on inside? Inside the Sun and Moon Samsara array. There were dried corpses everywhere. There were already 5,000 people who had entered the formation, but there were only 1,000 people left. Only 1,000 people were left, and these 1,000 people looked as if they were about to go crazy. Don't kill me. Help, help. Impossible. Yan Chuan should have run out of energy by now. Why? Senior brother, I can't take it anymore. I can't kill him. Yan Chuan has been hit more than 50 times, but I still can't kill him. Senior brother, what should we do? Roar. Yan Chuan let out an evil roar. His eyes lit up as he charged towards the group of elite realms. Ah, master, save me. I want to go out. Withdraw the array, withdraw the array. The elite state cultivators shouted crazily. Go out. Don't even think about leaving. The game is not over yet. Continue, ha ha ha, continue. Die, all of you die. Hiss. Hiss. The Jade Emperor sword was blood-red and emitted a bright light. Its power was pouring into Yan Chuan's body. Yan Chuan seemed to never be tired. He kept killing. Most of the elite state cultivators were dead. Yan Chuan also killed more than 100 Qi state cultivators. The rest of the Qi state cultivators were so scared that they did not know what to do. Kill, kill again. If Yan Chuan doesn't die, we will. Kill. The Qi state cultivators roared and rushed forward. Good timing. Yan Chuan smiled evilly. Rumble. The battle never stopped. Outside the Sun-Moon Samsara formation. More and more experts gathered, as if they were all waiting for the news of Yan Chuan's death. However, the formation did not withdraw and continued to hold on. The people who went in never came out again. No one knew what happened inside. At the same time, he wanted to see what was inside. Swish. Finally, the two figures landed in front of the Grand Array. Wei Bing and Wei Ding of the Life League. Someone recognized them. Wei Bing and Wei Ding looked at the array in front of them. There were dozens of people around them using their Dharma treasures to support the array. How is it? Wei Bing asked in a deep voice. Honorable martial ancestors, the second-generation great senior martial brother said that the formation cannot be removed unless the two of you are here. Yan Chuan is inside. Our Life League has more than 5,000 disciples and 300 Qi realm cultivators. The person who set up the formation said respectfully. It's been 12 hours, right? Wei Yi smiled. Yes, it's been 12 hours. Ha ha ha, it's been 12 hours. Yan Chuan must be dead. Let's withdraw the formation. Wei Jiao laughed. Yes. Rumble. The rolling fog slowly dissipated, and the formation gradually disappeared, revealing the scene inside. Everyone looked inside with rapt attention. Ah! Don't kill me, don't kill me. Blood demon, blood demon, blood demon. Chapter 301. Deactivate the array and let me out. Sob sob sob, save me. As soon as the array was deactivated, cries and screams could be heard. In the sky, a demon, surrounded by blood qi, was chasing after a small group of less than 50 people. Their hair was disheveled and they were terrified. They did not dare to split up. Once they did, they would die. The 50 small groups were terrified. They kept retreating in the face of the demon. There were corpses everywhere. Broken limbs and dried corpses were everywhere. They were all disciples of the Life League, and they were all dead. There were more than 5,000 people in the array, and only a few dozen were left. The others were all dead. All of them. This scene made everyone's eyeballs pop out of their sockets. The spectators from the outer sect were all shocked. How is this possible? 5,000 people. They are all dead. Blood hair, red eyes. Blood demon Yen Tao. No, it is Yan Chuan. He is Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan has also turned into a demon. He killed 5,000 people alone. 5,000 people. Crazy, crazy, this is not real. The onlookers screamed. Blood demon. Is this the blood demon? 5,000 people were all killed. Wei Bing and Wei Ding were also stunned. They could not believe what they saw. Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan killed so many people. This is not right. It is impossible. Even if they stood there and let him kill them, he could not have done it. Master. Master. Save me. A Qi Jing cultivator cried out as soon as he saw Wei Bing. Master, Master. Uncle Master, help. The crowd cried and flew towards Wei Bing and Wei Yi. At this moment, they hated that their parents did not give them 2 more legs. In the past few hours, facing the blood demon, they had lost all their courage. Run. Now they could only run. In mid-air, Yan Chuan's body was covered in blood. There were also hundreds of wounds on his body, but Yan Chuan didn't seem to feel any pain at all. Just as the pursuers were getting into a frenzy, the array was removed. Yan Chuan also saw Wei Bing and Wei Ding. TSK, God Realm. It's boring. I'm leaving. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Ha 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 ha. Yan Chuan turned into a streak of blood light and shot toward the distant mountain forest. Escape? You still want to escape? Where do you think you're going? Wei Bing bellowed. Stay here. Wei Ding also shouted. At this moment, the 2 God Realm warriors felt that their heads were filled with blood. There were more than 5,000 people. In addition to the 600 people killed by Yan Chuan, the 6,000 people he led to encircle and annihilate Yan Chuan could be said to be completely annihilated. There were only about 10,000 disciples in the Life League. How could Yan Chuan kill so many of them by himself? So many. After this battle, the Life League had suffered a great loss. The 2 of them were so angry that they wanted to tear Yan Chuan apart. They stepped forward and chased after Yan Chuan. They had to kill Yan Chuan. They had to kill him. The 2 God Realm warriors chased after Chen Fan, but none of the 40 Qi State warriors chased after Chen Fan. In the past few hours, they had been driven crazy by Blood Devil Yan Chuan. They were scared out of their wits when they saw Yan Chuan. How would they dare to chase after him? They were frightened and trembling. The fear they had experienced in the past few hours was not something they could recover from in a short time. As for the surrounding outer sect disciples, they were still in shock. After a while, a few of them came to their senses and went to the area where the sun and moon Samsara array was. The ground was covered with corpses and a large number of dismembered bodies. None of them were left alive. It's Yan Chuan's doing. Almost all of them are mummified corpses. It was Yan Chuan who did it alone. Someone said in horror. Damn it. Is he telling a story? Blood Devil, Yan Chuan of the Day sect. After tonight, everyone will know Yan Chuan. That's crazy. Chapter 302. Swoosh. A ray of crimson light flashed through the forest. Run. Stop right there. Die, you little bastard. Wei Bing and Wei Ding roared in the air. Their eyes were bloodshot and filled with hatred. Annihilated? Almost annihilated? They had thought of many possibilities, but not this one. 300 Qi State and 6,000 Essence State cultivators were killed by him alone. He was all by himself. He was only in the Essence State. The Life League was on the verge of collapse. More than half of their disciples were killed by Yan Chuan alone. Boom! The ray of crimson light stopped beside a large lake. Bang! Yan Chuan stood at the peak of a small mountain on the lake. His eyes were bright red, and his body was surrounded by a bloody mist. The Jade Emperor sword in his hand was blood red. His hair was blood red, and his clothes were dyed red. He looked like a blood-red demon. Yan Chuan stood on the peak of the mountain and stopped running. Instead, he looked coldly at the 2 people who were flying towards him. Bang! The 2 of them stopped when they got close. Little bastard, you're not running anymore. You still have so much energy after killing so many of my men. How did you do it? Originally, the 2 of them wanted to kill Yan Chuan in a fit of anger, but when they saw that Yan Chuan was in high spirits, they were astonished. Roar! Yan Chuan roared at the 2 of them and smiled excitedly. I'm not running anymore. Come, let's see what it's like to kill a celestial state cultivator. Yan Chuan licked his lips. You're courting death. Wei Bing snorted. He slashed his sword at Yan Chuan. Buzz. 100 zhang long energy sword appeared in the air and slashed at Yan Chuan. It was as if it was going to cut Yan Chuan and the small mountain in half. Jade Emperor. He waved his crimson sword at the energy sword. Hong. As the two swords collided, their auras swirled into a storm, setting off huge waves in all directions. After Yan Chuan's sword strike, he was sent flying with a loud bang. Rumble. About 50 trees were smashed to pieces by Yan Chuan's fleshly body. He crashed into a pile of ruins at the foot of the mountain. 10,000 sword slash. Wei Ding followed up and quickly dealt another blow. Rumble. The billowing sword energy shot straight at the ruins where Yan Chuan was. For a moment, gravel flew everywhere and smoke and dust soared into the sky. Yan Chuan was at the foot of the mountain. Yan Chuan had become a huge target for thousands of arrows. Rumble. Wei Ding continued to slash, and the sword chi continued to flow. It took a full 10 breaths of time before it slowly stopped. After 10 breaths, the ground had sunk by more than 5 feet. Hoo! With a wave of his hand, the dust settled. Boom! A large amount of spring water suddenly emerged from the ground. At the place where the 10,000 swords landed, a deep hole appeared, and a large amount of lake water gushed out. The little bastard dug a hole in the ground. In the lake. Wei Bing shouted. Boom! Yan Chuan rushed out of the lake and slashed at Wei Ding from behind with the Jade Emperor sword in his hand. Buzz! A vast blood-red sword chi slashed at Wei Ding. It was as if it was going to cut Wei Ding in half. Wei Ding's face hardened. He suddenly turned around and used his long sword to meet Yan Chuan's sword chi. Boom! The power of an immortal state warrior was vast and powerful. Yan Chuan's sword chi blasted toward Yan Chuan. Boom! Under the huge impact, Yan Chuan was sent flying again. He crashed into a large pit in the distance. Crack, crack, crack. Yan Chuan slowly stood up. Wei Bing and Wei Ding's fierce attacks also paused. Chapter 303. How did you do it? Why are you still so energetic after killing so many people for so long? Wei Bing shouted again. This was against the rules of cultivation. How did he do it? Ha 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 ha. Yan Chuan stood up with difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He smiled evilly and the red light in his eyes became even more demonic. Immortal state warrior. There is indeed a gap. The power of killing Chi state warriors can't do anything to you. Yan Chuan said with a wild look in his eyes. Good. Tell me what you know and I'll leave your body intact, Wei Bing said. Intact? Ha ha ha. Yan Chuan said crazily. He suddenly pointed the Jade Emperor sword at the sky. In the name of Yan Chuan, I summon the power of the stars in the sky. Bow down to me. Yan Chuan shouted to the sky. Buzz. As he roared, Yan Chuan's body trembled. Wei Bing and Wei Ding looked at the sky. They suddenly felt that one of the stars in the sky suddenly lit up and let out a dazzling light. The Emperor Star. The North Pole. The two of them were shocked. The Emperor Star lit up. No, it didn't. The Emperor Star's brightness didn't change at all. It was just that a large amount of starlight gathered around Yan Chuan. Buzz. The starlight gathered and gradually turned into a beam of light. The beam of starlight with a diameter of 5 feet suddenly enveloped Yan Chuan. The beam of starlight reached the sky and the ground. Unlike Huoguang's beam of starlight, Yan Chuan's beam of starlight was extremely bright this time. All the overlords in the Demon Wind Mountain range suddenly turned to look at Yan Chuan. Because it was too far away and there were thin clouds in the sky, the others couldn't see which star the beam of starlight led to. However, they could see a huge beam of starlight in the Demon Wind Mountain range. At the top of a mountain. Guyu Holy Sun and everyone suddenly stopped. Almost everyone turned around and looked at the beam of starlight in the distance. Holy Sun, is this the will of the stars? A man in purple asked in surprise. Who is it? He had actually refined so many star wills. Absorbing the power of the stars. Such a huge amount of star power. The ancient moon Holy Sun said in surprise. Could it be a Tao Lord? The violet-robed man asked softly. Who? Guyu Holy Sun's pupils shrank. Guyu Holy Sun frowned. It is similar to what the Tao Lords control, but it shouldn't be. Which star is that? I can't see it clearly. It's too far away. Unless I stand close to that person and sense where the starlight is coming from, it's impossible to tell from here. The will of the stars. Guyu's face darkened. Beside another waterfall. Yao Qianshang sat cross-legged at the top of the waterfall. 8 men stood around him. They were all looking at the starlight pillar in the distance with astonishment. Master, is he a Tao Lord of the Great Revelation Holy Land? Lord Spider asked, holding his zither. Yao Qianshang looked at the sky and fell silent. He shouldn't be. The 3 Tao Lords of the Great Revelation Holy Land shouldn't have this color. Yao Qianshang shook his head. Then who could it be? Yao Qianshang frowned and pondered. Suddenly, a domineering gaze appeared in Yao Qianshang's mind. Was it the young man who had disrupted his battle during the zither competition in Liangjing? No, he's too young. He's only in the essence realm. Yao Qianshang immediately denied. Master? Who are you talking about? Lord Spider asked curiously. Don't worry about that. We have more important things to do. Yao Qianshang shook his head and refused to answer. Yes. Everyone answered. Chapter 304. In a mountain forest surrounded by Yin Qi. In a place where Yin Qi gathered, a black-robed figure looked at the distant starlight pillar. Some clouds were embroidered on the black robe. If Yan Chuan was here, he would definitely recognize this person. This person was the Feng Shui master who passed by last time, Feng Yin-yang. Behind Feng Yin-yang, there were 2 white human skeletons standing. They looked like human skeletons. The skeletons stood behind Feng Yin-yang as if they were alive. The eyes of the skeletons glowed with a faint green light. The skeletons saw the starlight in the distance. Looking at the starlight, the bones all over their body made a ka-ka-k sound. Boom! Boom! The 2 skeletons actually knelt down like humans. They knelt down to the distant starlight pillar. Feng Yin-yang turned his head in surprise. Kneel down. You actually knelt down to that star will. In that case, the star will that person possessed should be a main star. Main star? Which main star? Feng Yin-yang said hoarsely. The crepe myrtle star will rush down and the starlight pillar enveloped Yan Chuan. A surge of star power poured into Yan Chuan's body. Rumble. Around the starlight pillar, rolling gravel slowly floated in the air as if it was supported by Yan Chuan's overflowing power. Yan Chuan held the Jade Emperor sword in his hand and stared coldly at the opposite side. Ka-ka-ka. Cracks suddenly appeared on Yan Chuan's skin, and blood seeped out from the cracks. Bang! The blood qi that originally surrounded Yan Chuan suddenly soared more than twice. Damn it, the flesh body of this life really can't withstand this star power. It's going to burst again. Yan Chuan scolded coldly. On the opposite side, Wei Bing and Wei Ding looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. Star will. He's only in the essence state, right? How can he have star will? The 2 of them were surprised. Hey! Yan Chuan spat out a mouthful of blood and smiled evilly again. Didn't you want to kill me just now? Come on. Yan Chuan laughed. Buzz. The Jade Emperor sword in his hand trembled as he stepped forward and shot towards the two of them. Boom. A huge sword chi that was 5 times larger than the previous one shot towards Wei Ding. Humph. Wei Ding swung his sword to meet the attack. Hong. The sword swept up a vast wave of chi, and the lake water below exploded with a loud bang, filling the sky with water. Crash. The lake water that soared into the sky fell down like a majestic downpour. With this collision, Yan Chuan was pushed back 50 meters, while Wei Ding was pushed back nearly 30 meters. Wei Ding's expression changed as he said, "Strength. Senior brother, kill him. His strength has increased again. He's close to the deity realm, close to the deity realm." What? Wei Bing's expression changed. Bah! Yan Chuan spat out another mouthful of bloody phlegm. Almost there. Damn it. His strength hasn't reached the divine realm. But it's enough. It's enough to kill the two of you. Yan Chuan said with bloodshot eyes. Yan Chuan took another step forward and charged forward. Xing, the bloody sword formed 100-meter-long sword energy and slashed towards Wei Ding again. Little bastard, you're courting death. Wei Ding charged forward again. 18th sword. Boom. Outside the bloody sword chi, a river of sword chi suddenly appeared and rushed towards Wei Ding. Wei Ding couldn't tell which sword was the Jade Emperor sword. Stop. Wei Bing slashed at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan ignored him and continued to surround Wei Ding with the river of sword chi. Rumble. Wei Ding slashed apart the river of sword chi, but a small part of it still passed through Wei Ding. Xing. There was a muffled sound of a sword piercing flesh. Wei Bing's sword energy left a huge gash on Yan Chuan's back, and blood gushed out. Roar. Yan Chuan roared and raised his sword to defend. Boom. Yan Chuan knocked away Wei Bing's sword. However, the huge wound on his back couldn't be healed. It was a serious injury, but Yan Chuan didn't go crazy. Instead, he smiled evilly. Junior brother. Wei Bing shouted. On the other side, Wei Ding's body was split in half. Yan Chuan didn't defend and killed Wei Ding with one strike. Gaga gaga, explode. Yan Chuan smiled and waved the Jade Emperor sword at Wei Ding's corpse. Boom. Wei Ding, whose blood had been drawn, exploded. No, impossible. Wei Bing shouted. It's your turn now. Yan Chuan licked the blood on his lips and smiled evilly. No, no, you devil, you devil. Wei Bing turned around and tried to run. You only think of running now. 19th Sword. Chapter 305. It's your turn now. Yan Chuan licked the blood on his lips and smirked. No, no, you devil. You devil. Wei Bing turned around and tried to run. Now you want to run? Jian 19. He flipped the Jade Emperor sword and pushed out a huge force from his palm. Suddenly, 10,000 Jade Emperor swords appeared around Wei Bing like illusions. They seemed illusory and real, surrounding Wei Bing, who was about to escape. How is this possible? Wei Bing was shocked. Wei Bing could feel that these 10,000 illusions were all real. 10,000 blood swords. On the other side, Yan Chuan used the 19th blade and a huge amount of energy was injected into the Jade Emperor sword. Not enough. Yan Chuan looked ferocious. Rumble. More astral power rushed into Yan Chuan's body. Crack, 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 crack. Cracks appeared on Yan Chuan's body and blood kept flowing. Apparently, the astral power had reached Yan Chuan's limit and Yan Chuan's body was about to explode. However, the evil Yan Chuan didn't care at all. He was still staring at Wei Bing. Die! Yan Chuan said fiercely. The 10,000 swords shot towards Wei Bing. Ah! Even though Wei Bing had put up a wall of air, the 19th blade was too powerful. It broke through all of Wei Bing's defenses. The 10,000 swords exploded. Boom! Wei Bing exploded. Buzz! The 10,000 swords became one. Dong! Yan Chuan fell into the lake from the sky. Wei Bing and Wei Ding were smashed into pieces. The lake sank by half and the trees and mountains were in a mess. It was a difficult battle. The starlight pillar suddenly disappeared. However, the cracks on Yan Chuan's body did not disappear. He had already suffered hundreds of sword wounds, but now, thousands of cracks had appeared on his body. He crawled out of the lake weakly. This time, we've killed them all. The weak man smiled evilly. After looking around, Yan Chuan took a step forward and shot towards the forest again. Due to his heavy injuries, his speed was not fast. Not long after Yan Chuan left, a large number of practitioners gathered by the lake again. Countless outer sect Shouja arrived at the large lake. There was a battle here. The mountain over there has also been flattened. It's at least a battle in the divine realm. Could it be Yan Chuan? Impossible. Yan Chuan is only at the essence stage. Only at the mastery level. He's only in the essence state. My father wasn't even born yet. Let's keep looking. Yan Chuan, Wei Bing, and Wei Ding should be nearby. The sky gradually brightened. A day's time was almost up. On this day, Yan Chuan killed countless people. On this day, many people remembered Yan Chuan's name because of the Blood Devil's descent. On this day, countless experts were fascinated by the unequal and gorgeous battle. Yan Chuan shuttled through the forest. His whole body was covered with wounds. It was almost to the point where there was no intact skin. The speed of shuttling through the forest was not fast at all. The blood fog that surrounded Yan Chuan gradually dissipated. His blood-red hair also gradually shortened and turned from its original blood-red color to black. He ran through the forest with his hair disheveled. His blood-red pupils also gradually recovered. The supernatural power slowly faded away. Gradually, Yan Chuan returned to himself. He returned to his original state. Walking out of the blood demon state, Yan Chuan immediately felt a bone-piercing pain from the injuries on his body. Chapter 306. Hiss. Yan Chuan gasped in pain. He stopped beside another huge lake and weakly used the Jade Emperor's sword to prop himself up so that he would not fall. Looking at his reflection in the lake, Yan Chuan could barely keep his eyes open. This day. Super Yan Chuan. Ha! I'm too reckless. I don't care about my own safety. I don't like this feeling. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. Hiss. It hurts. I haven't been so seriously injured in a long time. Yan Chuan smiled weakly. Gradually, Yan Chuan felt that he could not hold on any longer. He slowly turned his head and walked towards a large rock not far away. Shing! 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 The Jade Emperor's sword quickly slashed at the large rock. In the blink of an eye, the large rock was hollowed out. The hollowed-out space was just enough for a person to lie down. Yan Chuan slowly laid down in the cave while holding the half-stone that he had taken out. He used the half-rock to block the entrance of the cave. The rock was natural again. If not for the tiny cracks on the rock, no one would have noticed that it had been tampered with. Even though Yan Chuan was weak, he did not forget about his own safety. Before he could not hold on any longer and fainted, he found an unexpected hiding place for himself. In the cave, Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. I'm seriously injured. I hope I can recover a little when I wake up. Yan Chuan said with a bitter smile. Slowly, Yan Chuan stopped resisting the sleepiness brought about by his weakness and gradually closed his eyes. Just as he closed his eyes, two bird cries suddenly came from the outside world. Hiss! Hiss! In a daze, Yan Chuan trembled slightly. Blue Luan. The voice of the Blue Luan. Yan Chuan had a vague idea. However, his injuries were too serious and he was too weak to wake up. Two Blue Luans pulled a caravan down by the lake. It was the Blue Luan that Yan Chuan had entered the Demon Wind Mountain range to search for. Qingluan stopped at the lakeside. On the platform of the caravan, 10 men with stiff faces slowly got out of the car and knelt on one knee to welcome the people in the car. Two maidservants pulled open the curtain and a woman in white slowly stepped out. The woman in white held a jade flute in her hand. She looked like a white lotus that had just emerged from the water, spotless. Walking to the edge of the car, one of her subordinates knelt on the ground and used his back as a stool for her to slowly step down from the car. There were 4 maids serving her. Phew! The woman in white exhaled slightly. Swish! In the distance, a white light shot over. Io, heavenly maiden, can't you wait for me? At the very least, I sent you the news and the invitation card. He's chasing me to death. Bang! The white light landed on the ground, revealing a man in a white robe. The boy was holding a folding fan in his hand and was panting heavily. It was obvious that he was in a hurry to catch up. The man was slightly plump and had a fleshy face. His breathing gradually calmed down, and he turned to look at the white-clothed woman with a serious expression. Heavenly maiden, why did you stop here? The man's voice was magnetic. While being serious, he looked extremely righteous. Although he was slightly plump, he still had a scholarly temperament. Dongfang Zhengyi, stop pretending. Young mistress isn't in the mood to scold you, and you're still shamelessly following us. A maidservant said disdainfully. As soon as the maidservant said that, the man in the scholarly robe squinted his eyes and smiled. With this smile, the original righteousness suddenly disappeared. That smile, coupled with his slightly oily face, immediately made people think of the word cheap. Chapter 307. Hehe, so you've seen through me. I follow the goddess because I want to listen to her teachings. Not everyone has that honor. Since the goddess has come to the east, as the host, how can I not receive her well? Dongfang Zhengpai smiled. But this smile, no matter how one looked at it, felt fake. This wasn't something that was done. It was just the surface of the face that made people feel this way. Humph. The maid snorted. But the white-clothed woman ignored her. Xiaolan, gently open this rock. He's inside. The white-clothed woman pointed at the rock where Yan Chuan was. Yes. The maidservant immediately stepped forward and searched the rock. She saw a small crack and pulled out the rock. Yan Chuan was lying unconscious on the rock. Miss, he's really inside. Xiaolan said excitedly. Xiaolan gently moved Yan Chuan out of the cave. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at Yan Chuan, then at the white-clothed woman. Goddess, you're too amazing. You found him even like this? I, Dongfang Zheng faction, have never submitted to anyone. You are the first. My respect for you is like the waters of the Milky Way, endless and unending. Truly, it is my honor to be able to meet the Holy Maiden. Holy Maiden, please accept me as your disciple. I realize that only your teachings can enlighten a stubborn person like me. You are. Dongfang Zheng faction's voice was filled with nausea. The surrounding maids all revealed looks of disgust as they looked at Dongfang Zhengpai with disgust. You want to betray the Jiulu Academy? One of the maids couldn't take it anymore. Jiulu Academy? The Jiulu Academy is like a floating cloud to me. I don't care about it, as long as the goddess. Dongfang Zhengpai continued his long speech. Enough. The white-clothed woman frowned and shouted. Seeing the white-clothed woman frown, Dongfang Zhengpai immediately shut up. Then, he looked at Yan Chuan with a serious expression, as if he hadn't said anything. The maids looked at Dongfang Zhengpai with strange expressions. This person changed his attitude too quickly. What a scumbag. Holy Maiden, it's this kid. As soon as he entered the Demon Wind Mountain range, he went around telling everyone that you stole his heaven-tier cultivation technique. He caused a huge commotion in the Demon Wind Mountain range. It's retribution for him to be injured like this. A heaven-tier cultivation technique? Why didn't he ask around? Did the Holy Maiden need a heaven-tier cultivation technique? As long as the Holy Maiden opens her mouth, there will be countless experts begging to gift the Holy Maiden a heaven-grade cultivation technique. Dongfang Zhengpai scolded Yan Chuan. Help me over. The woman in white said softly. Yes. The four maidservants immediately supported the white-clothed woman and slowly walked towards Yan Chuan. Although the white-clothed woman's eyes were bright, everyone knew that her eyes were unable to see. He needed 4 maids to be his eyes. Holy Maiden, what's there to see about this brat? Dongfang Zhengpai didn't understand. The white-clothed woman slowly squatted beside Yan Chuan and gently stroked Yan Chuan's face with her palm. This is bone-touching. Dongfang Zhengpai watched curiously. Miss, this person is targeting you. Do you know him? A maidservant asked curiously. The white-clothed woman shook her head and said, I don't know him. However, his bone structure is extremely strange. It's the first time I've seen such a thing. Extremely strange bone structure. There's a bone structure in this world that Miss doesn't know about. The maidservant said in shock. At this moment, the unconscious Yan Chuan seemed to have woken up in a daze. He opened his eyes in a daze. His vision was hazy and he happened to see the white-clothed woman's face. It's really you. You're alive. Yan Chuan shouted in a daze. As he shouted, Yan Chuan weakly closed his eyes again and fainted again. Fuck, this brat is so daring. He even dares to take advantage of the Holy Maiden. Dongfang Zhengpai said in shock. Miss, he seems to know you. He even called you The maidservant said in shock. I'll make an exception and use thought steel to protect me. The white-clothed woman said softly. Protect? Don't worry, Holy Maiden. With me, Dongfang Zhengpai, around, no one can disturb Holy Maiden. Dongfang Zhengpai immediately shouted. The white-clothed woman's subordinates looked at Dongfang Zhengpai strangely. Yes, miss, don't worry. Everyone immediately nodded. Chapter 308. Yan Chuan was lying on a large rock. The lady in white stretched out her slender right hand and pointed her index and middle finger at Yan Chuan's heart. Her fingertip glowed with a green light. Whine. Her fingertip touched Yan Chuan's heart. Everyone stared at the two of them. Mind reading? Dongfang Zhengpai swallowed his saliva as he watched. His eyes were filled with envy. After an instant's time, the lady in white frowned slightly. Miss, what happened? A maid asked curiously. This person's heart is too guarded. I can't decipher his thoughts. The lady in white frowned. What? Mrs. Mind reading has never failed before. The maid exclaimed. Try again. The lady in white frowned. Whine. Her fingertip glowed with a green light and touched Yan Chuan's heart. Bang! As if struck by lightning, Yan Chuan's body trembled slightly. Then, he opened his eyes in a daze. You're back. Yan Chuan said in a daze. After speaking, Yan Chuan fainted again. Who is The maid asked curiously. Shut up, I saw it. The lady in white suddenly shouted. Everyone's face turned solemn and no longer spoke. Only Dongfang Zhengpai slightly moved away. Mind reading was both envious and fearful. Because this ability could see into the other person's heart. That was the deepest secret. Under this ability, there was nowhere to hide. Kid, good luck. Dongfang Zhengpai moved further away. The lady in white closed her eyes and slowly saw an image. An endless white snow field. The sun shone brightly and it was exceptionally dazzling. Yan Chuan brought a lady in white and slowly stepped onto the white snow field. The woman in white had a cloth covering her face. With Yan Chuan supporting her, they walked in step by step. Have we arrived? The lady shouted. Zhenro, we're almost there. Don't open your eyes. Yan Chuan laughed. When the white-clothed woman looked at the woman who looked exactly like her on the snowfield, a surprised expression appeared on her face. Miss, what did you see? The maid asked curiously. However, the woman in white didn't say anything and continued to watch. On the white snowfield. All right, open your eyes. Yan Chuan smiled. Done. You covered it up for so long, really. Zhenro immediately took off the cloth, and her entire person was stunned. Snow. Why is there snow here? Zhenro was pleasantly surprised. Under the illumination of the sun, heaven and earth were the same color, pure white. Zhenro's mood was immediately lifted by the clean visual impact. So much snow, so beautiful, so beautiful. In front of Yan Chuan, Zhenro wasn't reserved at all. Instead, she followed the feeling in her heart and jumped around, intoxicated. Bang! A snowball hit Yan Chuan. Ha ha ha. Zhenro's laughter was left behind in the vast snowy plains. After a while, Yan Chuan grabbed Zhenro's hand. Did you specially bring me here to play? How did you find this place? Zhenro asked curiously. I arranged this. Do you like it? I like it, but why did you arrange it? Today is an important day. I arranged this snowfield to bless us. I wish that our relationship will always be as clean as this snowfield, forever untainted by dust, forever untainted by any color. Yes. Zhenro blushed. Chapter 309. Let the snowfield bear witness. Marry me. Yan Chuan held Zhenro's hands and said softly. Ah. Zhenro covered her mouth and looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. Okay. Yan Chuan stared at Zhenro. Biting her lips, Zhenro pretended to be calm and said, You didn't give me anything. You want to marry me? What do you want? Flowers, at least a big bouquet of fresh flowers. Did you forget? Everyone else is like this. Zhenro's voice trembled. You like roses? Yes. Splatter, there seemed to be a soft sound coming from all around and a burst of fragrance came to her nose. Then, blue rose petals fell from the sky and landed on Zhenro's face. Blue roses? Zhenro was surprised. Turning around, the vast snowfield disappeared. In an instant, everything disappeared. The snowfield turned into a grassland, a grassland full of flowers. In all directions, there were red roses, white roses, pink roses, purple roses, blue roses, and so on. At a glance, one couldn't see the edges of the flowers. One couldn't see the end of it. It was as if one was in a sea of flowers. Ah! Zhenro looked at the grassland roses in surprise. In the sky, there were hundreds of clouds. The clouds were all piled up by flower petals. They sprinkled down continuously. The sky was covered with Zhenro's favorite roses. Ah, how can it be? How can there be so many? How can there be so many? Zhenro exclaimed. The country's roses are all here. Yan Chuan said with a smile. All. This is the blessing of the whole country. They wish that our relationship will be so fragrant that it will last forever. Yan Chuan said softly. Marry me. Yan Chuan said affectionately. The expression of the woman in white who used thought steal changed. It was as if she was there. Marry me? It was as if Yan Chuan was asking her. How can this be, I? The woman in white had a complicated expression. Miss, what's wrong? The maid asked in surprise. I'm fine. The woman in white said with an ugly expression. She had never used mind reading before. She had always watched from the perspective of a third party. However, at this moment, the white-clad woman felt like she was in Jinro's shoes. Could it be because they looked the same? The woman in white frowned. Hundreds of flowers fell, and all the roses in the country gathered together, covering the entire grassland like snowflakes. It was a world full of flowers. Until the sky gradually darkened. Yan Chuan and Jinro sat together slowly. There were roses everywhere, but as the sky darkened, the roses gradually disappeared. Who? Suddenly, a wide candle appeared in the sea of roses. A bunch of flames lit the candle. It illuminated a small cluster of petals. Who? 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 More and more candles appeared. In the blink of an eye, they covered the entire grassland. Sitting on a small hill, Lin Fan looked around. The countless flames were like stars in the sky, adding a bewitching beauty to the night. Picking up a candle beside her, Jinro's eyes were slightly blurred. What is this blessing? The candle is our life, and the flame is our feelings. This is a blessing. Our feelings will always be bright and burning until the end of our lives, until the candle is exhausted. In this life, I will take good care of this flame and never let it go out. Yan Chuan said gently. That's great. Jinro slowly leaned into Yan Chuan's arms. Chapter 310. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, countless candles flew into the air. Countless flower petals also flew into the sky. Even the snow below the petals flew into the sky and gradually gathered in the distant sky. She could vaguely see many people casting spells, but Jinro ignored all of this. 3 things flew into the sky and gradually gathered together. White snow as the base, roses as the background, and candlelight as the center. In mid-air, they formed a vast flower. A beautiful flower that no one had ever seen before. This is the last gift I thought of for you. I call it the 3 lives flower. 3 lives, 3 worlds, never to be separated. Marry me. Yan Chuan said gently again. Yes. The white-clothed girl who used thought steal suddenly responded. Miss, what did you say? A group of maids asked in confusion. The white-clothed girl's face revealed a trace of anxiety. What happened to me? Why did I agree? Miss? Don't disturb me. The white-clothed girl shook her head. Jinro agreed to Yan Chuan. A grand proposal came to an end. The scene suddenly changed. Husband, this is what my father prepared for me. I heard it's delicious. Let me feed you. The 2 ate. In the blink of an eye, Yan Chuan's face was flushed red. What is this? Even poison ivy can't dissolve it. Yan Chuan shouted in shock. Jinro vomited blood and collapsed. Husband, I'm sorry. I didn't know. Jinro cried weakly. It's not your fault. I understand. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. Yan Chuan was in a state of madness. Husband, will leave first. You must take care of yourself. You'll be fine. Don't close your eyes. Don't close your eyes. Yan Chuan hugged Jinro and cried. Husband, I still remember the 3 lives flower you gave me that day. It's so beautiful, so beautiful, so beautiful. In a series of so beautiful, Jinro cried and closed her eyes. No. The white-clothed girl who used thought steal suddenly had tears in her eyes. Miss, you're crying. Why are you crying? The maidservant exclaimed. Dongfang Zhengpai also looked at the white-robed woman in shock. Heavenly Maiden. Haven't you already cut off all your emotions? Didn't you say you would never? Dongfang Zhengpai exclaimed. The white-clothed woman ignored the crowd and continued watching. On the screen. Liangjing, outside the Demon Wind Mountain Range. Hum. Hum. The blue Luan pulling the carriage suddenly appeared in front of Yan Chuan. Jinro stepped out. The dead Jinro once again appeared in front of Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan was dumbfounded. You're still alive. Otherwise, why would you appear before me? The scene suddenly stopped. The white-clothed woman lifted her finger from Yan Chuan's chest. He stood there in a daze, his expression extremely complicated. Miss? Are you all right? The maidservant asked worriedly. After taking a few deep breaths, the woman in white shook her head and said, I'm fine. Then who is this Ro? The maidservant asked curiously. He mistook me for someone else. I'm a woman who looks a lot like me. The woman in white shook her head. Miss, how should we deal with this person? She slandered you and deserves to die. Should we? The maidservant said coldly. No. The woman in white shook her head immediately. The woman in white didn't know why she stopped the maidservant. After a moment of silence, the woman in white shook her head and said, let's not bother about him. We have our own matters to attend to. He just mistook me for someone else. Then. Dongfang Zhengpai. The woman in white shouted. Yes, yes. What orders do you have for me, Heavenly Maiden? Dongfang Zhengpai immediately said. I know you want a protective talisman. Take care of him for me. When he wakes up, I'll bring you one the next time we go to Jiulu Academy. The woman in white said indifferently. Ah, a protective talisman. Don't worry, Heavenly Maiden. I'll take good care of him like a son. Dongfang Zhengpai immediately promised. The woman in white frowned. No, you're wrong. He's my grandfather. I'll take care of him like a grandfather. Dongfang Zhengpai promised again. Also, don't tell him who I am. The woman in white sighed softly. Yes, I will. Dongfang Zhengpai said excitedly. Let's go. The woman in white said indifferently. Yes. Everyone nodded. Ing. Ing. The green Luan let out a long cry and flew away with everyone. Only Dongfang Zhengpai and Yan Chuan were left by the lake. Dongfang Zhengpai turned around and looked at Yan Chuan. What the hell? Kid, what are you thinking? You actually let me earn a protective talisman. And you even made this ice maiden cry. Amazing. When you wake up, you must tell me. Dongfang Zhengpai looked at Yan Chuan in amazement. Chapter 311. At the Day Sect. Inside the main peak's great river hall. Feng Tairan and Duan Sanshu were sent back. The 3 peak masters looked at the 2. Duan Sanshu's body was filled with golden needles, and he was in a state of suspended animation. Zhijiansheng was accompanying him. What? Yan Chuan was left alone in the Demon Wind Mountain Range. Nonsense. Mo Wuhui shouted. Master, Martial Uncle wanted it himself. We couldn't persuade him. Zhijiansheng sighed. Persuade? If he couldn't persuade him, why didn't he kidnap him? Why be polite to him? Mo Wuhui said angrily. Kidnap? But Zhijiansheng was at a loss. Wu Hui, it has nothing to do with Zhijiansheng. Yan Chuan didn't want to come back. Feng Tairan said weakly. Sect Master. Mo Wu Hui frowned and looked at Feng Tairan. Whoosh! A figure appeared outside the Great River Hall. Sect Master, Peak Masters, there's news from the Demon Wind Mountain Range. An excited voice came from outside the hall. Come in. Feng Tairan shouted. Soon, a Day sect disciple entered the hall with a happy face. What news? Mo Wu Hui asked doubtfully. It's news from Sky Peak Master, Martial Uncle Yan Chuan. What? Tell me. Yes, some cultivators who came out said that Martial Uncle Yan Chuan could turn into a blood demon and kill everyone in the Demon Wind Mountain Range. He killed almost 6,000 cultivators from the Life League. The person said excitedly. Nonsense, 6,000 cultivators. Mo Wu Hui said in disbelief. Yes, it's only been a few days. What kind of joke is this? Feng Tianyu said. It's true. I asked several cultivators to confirm it. 5,700 Essence Realm cultivators and 300 Qi Realm cultivators were all killed by Martial Uncle. Martial Uncle is too powerful. It's true. Mo Wu Hui. Feng Tairan. Zhijiansheng. It seems like we don't have to worry about Martial Uncle's safety. Zhijiansheng said. Are you kidding me? Killed 6,000 cultivators. Feng Tianyu also said with a strange expression. The father is a pervert, and the son is also a pervert. Gao Bufan said in astonishment. Mo Wu Hui and Feng Tairan secretly sighed. Demon Wind Mountains. GG. GG. He could vaguely hear the chirping of birds. Yan Chuan, who had been unconscious for an unknown amount of time, finally opened his eyes. Looking up at the sky, it was still as blue as before. Touching the ground with his hand, he realized that he was lying on a mattress. Bed? Yan Chuan's muddled thoughts immediately sobered up. He remembered that he had dug a cave and hid inside it. How did he end up here? Phew! He suddenly stood up. He patrolled the surroundings. That's right, it was the large lake from that day. Beside it was a large rock with a cave that he had carved out himself. Buzz! At the side, the Jade Emperor sword trembled slightly. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and quickly recalled the scene at that time. Before he fainted, he heard two birds chirping. And row. I think I saw row. Yan Chuan's pupils suddenly shrank. Before he could check his body, Yan Chuan stood up, grabbed the Jade Emperor sword, and looked around. Row. Is that you? Yan Chuan asked anxiously. After looking around and confirming that there was no one around, Yan Chuan's expression became slightly anxious. He. Vaguely, there seemed to be a series of wretched laughter coming from afar. Yan Chuan raised his eyebrows and immediately calmed down to listen in the distance. He, wow, so big, so big. The voice became more and more wretched. Chapter 312. Whoosh! Yan Chuan instantly determined the location. It was halfway up the mountain. There was a lot of grass there and it was impossible to see what was inside. Yan Chuan held the Jade Emperor sword and walked up the mountain. In the blink of an eye, he was near. He parted the grass and saw a figure in a scholar's robe with his back facing him. A man in a scholar's robe was lying in the thick grass. It was as if he could see the scenery at the foot of the mountain through the grass. TSK, how did you grow so big? My eyes are dazzled. Hua, he. The man in the scholar's robe was immersed in his own world and laughed wretchedly. Yan Chuan looked at the man in the scholar's robe in confusion. He did not know what the man was looking at. Out of curiosity, he waved the Jade Emperor sword in front of him. Whoosh! A large amount of grass was parted, revealing the scenery in the distance. In the distance, there was a small lake. In the small lake, there were 7 or 8 naked women bathing in the lake. Their breasts and buttocks were shaking. They splashed water on each other and played with each other. Huh! Yan Chuan's face froze. Bathing? He withdrew the Jade Emperor sword and a large number of branches were thrown at the man in the scholar's robe. Ouch! The man in the scholar's robe stood up straight and turned his head to look at Yan Chuan angrily. However, when he saw Yan Chuan, his anger disappeared and his face was full of righteousness. Oh, Prince Yan is awake. Dongfang Jing faction greets you. The man in the scholar's robe bowed solemnly. If he had not seen the man's wretchedness, Yan Chuan would have been deceived by his righteous appearance. Dongfang Jing faction. Are you peeping on women bathing? Yan Chuan frowned. Ridiculous. Dongfang Jing faction immediately shouted. Ha! I, Dongfang Jing faction, read the Book of Sages. How could I do such a despicable thing? Dongfang Jing faction shouted shamelessly. You read the Book of Sages? Yan Chuan laughed. Of course, I am a scholar. How can you slander me? Dongfang Jing faction said righteously. Scholar. Then what were you looking at just now? Yan Chuan laughed. This is appreciation. Do you understand? Dongfang Zhengpai said anxiously. Admire? Appreciation should be done openly, not hiding in the dark. Yan Chuan shook his head. Looking at Yan Chuan, Dongfang Zhengpai's expression changed. He immediately revealed a wretched smile and said, Oh. Looks like I've misunderstood. Turns out we're kindred spirits. You want it too? Ah. Yan Chuan's face twitched. At this moment, Yan Chuan had a preliminary understanding of this person's lewdness. With a solemn expression, Yan Chuan asked, Was it you who took me out of the cave? Hearing Yan Chuan's question, Dongfang Zhengpai's expression flickered. That's right. You were injured to such an extent because of my care. You have no idea how many medicinal pills I used these past few days. Let me do the math. 10 tranquility pills, 20 survival pills. More than 100 pills. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such a shameless person. Yan Chuan was amused by his shamelessness. Medicinal pills? There's nothing in my stomach. How can there be any medicinal pills? Yan Chuan laughed. That's because the medicinal pills were melted. That's why you didn't feel it. Dongfang Zhengpai continued shamelessly. Yan Chuan shook his head and said, I can give you these medicinal pills. However, you have to tell me who that lady is. Dongfang Zhengpai naturally knew that the lady was the one who found Yan Chuan some time ago. However, Dongfang Zhengpai had promised not to say anything. Ah. Which lady? You mean the one who was bathing? Dongfang Zhengpai panicked. Chapter 313. Now that Dongfang Zhengji had said that, he could no longer hide his identity. Scholar. Yan Chuan laughed sarcastically. Dongfang Zhengji's face turned red but he quickly retreated. I don't know who you're talking about. Dongfang Zhengji said. I just want to know who she is and I'll give you another 100 upper grade spiritual stones. Yan Chuan said seriously. 100. Dongfang Zhengji's eyes lit up. That's right. Dongfang Zhengji shook his head and said, I'm a scholar. Money is like dirt to me. I'll keep my promises, 1,000 upper grade spiritual stones. Yan Chuan said again. 1,000. Dongfang Zhengji's eyes shone with greed. Do you have it? Dongfang Zhengji said disdainfully. I don't have it with me but the Dai sect has it. Yan Chuan said confidently. 1,000 upper grade spiritual stones. Dongfang Zhengji gritted his teeth and said, I'm a scholar, 10,000 upper-grade spiritual stones. Yan Chuan said again. Really, 10,000? Dongfang Zhengji said excitedly. You can write it down. Yan Chuan laughed. I'm a. Dongfang Zhengji could not bring himself to say it. Sigh. Forget it if you don't want it. Yan Chuan shook his head. Don't. She doesn't want me to tell you who she is, but I can tell you something else. Dongfang Zhengji said hurriedly. Something else? Yan Chuan asked. Yes. Aren't you looking for her? I can tell you where she is. You can go and find her yourself. Dongfang Zhengji said immediately. Oh. Now, all the experts are rushing to the ancient seal. She's going as well. I can bring you somewhere nearby and you can find her yourself. Dongfang Zhengji said immediately. Yan Chuan shook his head and said, No need. I have my own map. Since you don't have any other information about her, forget it. Don't, let me think. Dongfang Zhengpai said anxiously. Yan Chuan naturally didn't leave, but waited patiently. Oh, I remember now. It's like this. You might not be able to see her this time. After all, the gap between you and her is too big. However, there is a place where you can definitely see her. Definitely. Dongfang Zhengpai said with certainty. Oh. I personally sent her an invitation to the Julu Academy. In 4 years, she will definitely attend the Julu Academy's Heavenly Bestowal Conference. Dongfang Zhengpai smiled. The Julu Academy's Heavenly Bestowal Conference in 4 years. Yan Chuan's expression froze. Not bad. What do you think of this news? You will definitely be able to see her. Although I didn't tell you who she is, I did tell you something. Even if I give you a discount, look at the spirit stones. Dongfang Zhengpai laughed. If it's true, you won't be left out. Yan Chuan nodded. Really? 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Dongfang Zhengpai exclaimed in surprise. Yes. God of Fortune, I knew you were a good person. Dongfang Zhengpai smiled fawningly. Aren't you a scholar? Don't you see money as dirt? Yan Chuan smiled. What's wrong with being a scholar? I like dirt. So what? Dongfang Zhengpai said directly. Ha, don't worry, I will give it to you. In 4 years, at the Julu Academy's Heavenly Bestowal Conference. Yan Chuan smiled. What? 4 years? Dongfang Zhengpai's expression froze. Why, you don't want it? Of course, why not? 4 years it is. Dongfang Zhengpai said with a conflicted expression. Just as the two were talking. Suddenly, there was a loud shout above their heads. How dare you peek at me bathing? Chapter 314. Beside a lake in the Demon Wind Mountain Range. Yan Chuan washed off the bloodstains on his body and changed into a set of scholarly robes from Dongfang Zhengpai. Although Dongfang Zhengpai's character was not good, he had a spatial treasure which surprised Yan Chuan. After washing off the bloodstains and changing into the scholarly robes, Yan Chuan sat cross-legged on the shore and meditated for a while. After killing nearly 6,000 cultivators, the energy absorbed by the Jade Emperor's sword actually increased my cultivation. Level 5 of the Essence Realm. Yan Chuan opened his eyes and looked at his palms. Dongfang Zhengpai also had a lot of pills. After buying a few on credit, the scars on his body had mostly disappeared. After tying up his hair, Yan Chuan slowly stood up. Whoosh! Not far away, Dongfang Zhengpai turned into a ray of light and shot towards him. Quick, that old woman is coming again. Dongfang Zhengpai shouted anxiously. Again? Didn't you solve it last time? You peeped on her bathing, didn't you compensate her later? Yan Chuan was confused. It's not her, it's the other one, the other one. Fuck, it's still an old woman. I must have been blind last time. My name is legendary. Dongfang Zhengpai cried out in grief. Get away from me. Yan Chuan shouted. Fuck, you're just going to watch me die. Dongfang Zhengpai's face turned ugly. I never cover for a slut. Yan Chuan shook his head. Just you wait, just you wait. Dongfang Zhengpai soared into the sky in grief. Seeing Dongfang Zhengpai fly away, Yan Chuan revealed a strange smile. Pervert, stop right there. Return my innocence. Another shout came. Yan Chuan turned his head and saw an old woman with a face full of wrinkles, holding a walking stick and chasing after Dongfang Zhengpai. Her face was filled with shame and anger. An old woman? Fuck. Yan Chuan's face twitched. Ignoring the fleeing Dongfang Zhengpai, Yan Chuan climbed up a mountain not far away. Standing at the peak of the mountain, Zhang Xian flipped his hand and took out a map. Phew, we're almost there. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yan Chuan carried the Jade Emperor sword on his back and followed the map's guidance. He took a step forward and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Without the Life Alliance chasing after them, their speed was a lot faster. Not long after, they arrived at a nearby mountain peak. Yan Chuan looked at a huge area not far away that was shrouded in thick fog. He carefully checked the map and exhaled. We're here. Yan Chuan's expression relaxed, and he discarded the map in his hand. Just as he was about to step into the fog, Yan Chuan's eyes suddenly narrowed. No, no. Yan Chuan said in surprise. Looking at the foggy area, Yan Chuan looked around. 64 main peaks. Gathering the chi of heaven and earth. Yan Chuan said in surprise. This isn't some ancient seal. This is an immortal's tomb. It's the same as the immortal's tomb that I opened in my previous life. Hiss. Yan Chuan sucked in a breath of cold air. Yan Chuan clenched his fists and became serious. One must know that in his previous life, he put in all his effort to open the immortal's tomb. Moreover, the surrounding mountains and rivers of the tomb were too similar to the one in his previous life. He took a deep breath. Yan Chuan made up his mind and stepped down the mountain again, heading towards the foggy area. After walking for a short while, Yan Chuan stopped in his tracks. In a depression in the mountain, yin qi was rampant. Yan Chuan, who was about to continue on his journey, paused and walked towards the depression. The depression was very hidden, and it was surrounded by yin qi. It looked very eerie. This is... Yan Chuan took a closer look. At this moment, there were 3 white skeletons kneeling in a circle amidst the gloomy yin qi. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.